Mr. Mayor, it's now 6:30. Are we ready to begin?
We are ready to begin tonight's meeting.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and the Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, November 4th, 2024. If you wish to provide public comment on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker card. They're in the back of the room, and bring it to our city clerk, who is at the front of the room. And now I'd like to invite Monica Aparicio and Maria Galvez to provide information to those who wish to participate in Spanish.
Thank you and good evening. Buenas noches, me llamo Mónica y estoy aquí con mi pareja de interpretación María. Estamos hoy aquí como intérpretes. Hoy este evento se llevará a cabo en español e inglés. Se usarán ambos idiomas activamente, así que usted podrá elegir un canal para participar en su idioma preferido después de que le hayamos explicado cómo funcionará la interpretación. Estaremos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Después que termine esta explicación, se activará la función de interpretación. Si usted está conectado con su computadora, verá un icono de un mundo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Si está conectado con su tableta o teléfono, pulse en más y verá un menú que incluye la opción de interpretación de idiomas. Para escuchar la interpretación, pulse el icono del mundo o interpretación de idiomas. A continuación, elija su canal de idioma. Thank you. We're ready.
Thank you. May we have our roll call for the evening?
Barnacle,
Present.
Cater Thompson,
Here.
Healy,
Here.
Now,
Here.
Posake,
Here.
Shribs,
Here.
McDonald.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Now a moment of silence. Now I'm looking up and down the dais and checking our agenda to see if there's any agenda changes or deletions. And I think the consent calendar will come to in a moment. I don't see any, so we'll be following the agenda as it's written. And I do want to note that tonight's meeting we will be closing in honor of Patricia Johansson. It's a never-ending delight to me to find out how many ways individuals contribute to all the aspects of the city, including its beauty. And Patricia was a pioneering environmental design and local hero. Once amongst her works is the salt marsh mouse that's integral to the Ellis Creek treatment plant facility. So when you're out there enjoying the trails and whatnot, know that there's art that's been there since 2001 when she met Scott Hess and came at a time when we were in turmoil about what kind of sewer plant we would have, and what we have is a beautiful thing. So we'll be closing the meeting in honor of her tonight. And with that, the other delightful thing of the beginnings of our meetings is that we get to offer proclamations. And so tonight we have 3 proclamations. The first of which is for Veterans Day. And I'd like to invite Mike Ergo, recipient of Purple Heart for wounds sustained during the Battle of Fallujah, which took place in Iraq in 2004, and Joe Noriel, Veterans of Foreign War and American Legion board member, to the podium while I read this. Whereas the contributions and sacrifices of the men and women who serve in the armed forces have been vital in maintaining our freedom and way of life, and whereas tens of millions of Americans have served in the armed forces of the United States during the past century, and whereas hundreds of thousands of Americans have given their lives while serving in the armed forces during the past century, and whereas our veterans are brave and selfless individuals who, when duty called, willingly put themselves in harm's way to defend the lives and liberty of others, and whereas their abiding patriotism, enduring devotion to the ideals on which the United States is founded, can never fail to inspire us. And whereas all Petalumans must strive to ensure that ours remains a land worthy of the great love our veterans have shown for it. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of the City of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby proclaim November 11th, 2024 as Veteran Day and encourage all people in our city to acknowledge and honor the contribution of our veterans to the principles of democracy, individual freedom, and human rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. You know, the parade really wouldn't be possible without the City of Petaluma's support, and I think truly, and I say this almost every year, what sets Petaluma apart from other cities is dedication to its veterans. This is the opportunity where I'd like to talk a little bit about the parade and what we got going on this year, and my head's spinning a little bit. I think this is going to be a good one. We honor the U.S. Coast Guard, something that's very important to us Petalumans. And, you know, the history of the station, as many of you know, is quite fascinating. I mean, you know, back in 1942, World War II, this secret radio center that was camouflaged, and later 1971 was established as the United States Coast Guard base, which we know and love today, which is a big asset to our community. Many don't know, but there's 4,000 students that go through there every year, and it's distinguished to be the Coast Guard's Leadership Development Center's Chief Petty Officers Academy. So anyway, we're honored to honor the Coast Guard. Now for the parade, I'm trying to think of a good slogan, but look to the skies, I think is what we're telling the media. Just an incredible supply of airplanes this year, Air Force, I guess, P-51 Mustang, which was, of course, very prominent in World War II. We've got a Russian Yak-11, more helicopters than I think we can muster with our Vietnam-era Huey, which is, I mean, there's so many stories that kind of envelope in this parade, but the Huey itself, it's going to be manned by 4 of the crewmen who actually flew it in Vietnam, that particular helicopter. So that was 50 years in the making. Besides that, we have our local CHP helicopter, Henry I Sheriff's helicopter, among other aircraft. So it should be pretty cool. A few other things that make this parade unique. There's going to be a swearing-in ceremony of Coast Guard personnel, 12:30 in front of the museum. So this is usually kind of a quiet event, but since we were honoring the Coast Guard, they wanted to do this right. So those 4 candidates will be sworn in. So you're going to have veterans who have served and new folks just starting out. Some of our older participants, 98, 96, both World War II veterans, the oldest having really a distinguished record, having landed part of the first wave in Omaha Beach during D-Day. And in closing, the gentleman who was just standing next to me, Mike Ergo, he's going to be receiving his Purple Art at the ceremony following the parade. So I'd encourage everybody to stick around. I know sometimes the parade entry gets to be a little long, but it's well worth waiting. What can I say about Mike? He's absolutely incredible. I mean, you're talking about really a hero in your presence for his service in Iraq. And if you get a chance, please say hello to him, shake his hand, look at what he's done. He really represents all that's the best of us. So again, thank you so much for all your support of the parade. Again, we couldn't do without you.
I'd like to invite the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria to come forward, receive Native American Heritage Month Award. Members Lawrence Stafford and Matthew Johnson. Thank you. And I read, whereas the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria, a federally recognized tribe, is comprised of Southern Pomo and Coast Miwok people, and the lands now occupied by the City of Petaluma are the ancestral lands of the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria. And whereas the Petaluma community acknowledges the Southern Pomo and Coast Miwok tribal histories, culture, and contemporary issues and contributions of the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria to Sonoma County is vital to the understanding of the tribe's origins and rich heritage. And whereas the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria maintain a harmonious relationship with the ecology of this area, including knowledgeable and respectful harvesting of animal and plants. And whereas the traditional culture and ecological knowledge of the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria hold important value for the community. And whereas the Petaluma community will benefit from more active and visible input of the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby proclaim that the month of November shall be Native American Heritage Month to honor the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria, and the City Council encourages business owners, educators, artists, and all our citizens to participate in making November an occasion for joy, learning, and collaboration and prosperity. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Lawrence Stafford, I've been a council member for 23 consecutive years. And personally, for me, it's an honor to be here. I'm a Pen Grove resident, consider Petaluma my home. And on behalf of the entire tribal council of the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria, I want to thank the Petaluma City Council for your proclamation and acknowledgement and dedication for this month to Native American heritage. And want to thank the city as well. Thank you.
And tonight also we have National Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Day. I'd like to invite Chief Brian Miller and Technical Service Manager Tina Thompson and team to the podium while reading the proclamation. Whereas the safety and well-being of our community depends on the dedication of various individuals, including those who work behind the scenes to ensure smooth and efficient operation of our city systems, services, and departments. And whereas law enforcement records staff and support personnel play an essential role in maintaining integrity, accuracy, case documentation, and confidentiality of critical law enforcement data, ensuring that all officers, agencies have access to information necessary to protect the public. And whereas these professionals are key to ensuring that department staff receive proper training in handling records, managing information, and complying with legal and regulatory standards, whereas their work in community engagement, records staff, and support personnel help to foster transparency and trust between law enforcement agencies and the public, ensuring accurate communication and reporting. And whereas these dedicated professionals contribute invaluable skills to the daily operations of law enforcement, facilitating communication and ensuring compliance with legal standards that enhance public safety and uphold justice. And whereas the City of Petaluma acknowledges the importance of these personnel, including those who work in records management, administrative support, and other critical roles within our city law enforcement agencies. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, formally designate November 11th through 15th, 2024 as Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Appreciation Week. Thank you.
And thank you for that, Mayor. I just want to take an opportunity to extend our appreciation from our organization, from the city and the community, to our records team, our support services folks, our professional staff. They ensure that we're legally compliant. They process every single police report, interface with members of the public. Often when people are experiencing tragedy in the community, they come into the lobby and they meet with our records staff. They ensure that we're properly trained. We're being accountable to the state, to our regulatory oversight bodies, and they're ensuring that from a day-to-day operational standpoint, our public safety officers and our dispatchers can be focusing on those operational necessities while the other critical components of the organization are functioning seamlessly and integrated with our daily activities. So we couldn't do it without them. They're often unsung and not acknowledged, and so we really greatly appreciate your acknowledgement of them tonight and our entire team. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And on to the general business of the meeting, starting with our general public comment. During general public comment, the public's invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited up to 3 minutes per person, and depending on the number of persons wishing to address the council, time will be allocated in equal shares, totaling no more than 20 minutes. And I'd like to ask our city clerk if we've had online contributions.
We received 6 general public comments, and they're posted to the online agenda.
Wonderful. And will you take care of our messaging for the evening? Thank you.
Absolutely. At this time, I will start a 30-second clock for general public comment. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation.
So tonight we have 9 speaker cards submitted, and that would mean that there's 2 minutes per speaker. And I'd like to start tonight's speaker presentations with Nicola Fry, moving to Sandra Shan.
I have an adventure to tell you about. I was asked by one of the city council members to spread the story a little further than just telling that person. I'm on the ad hoc committee for the Transit Authority, and we were responsible for getting LumaGo started. And during that, I got really interested in what our transit department does. And after we got LumaGo going and the free transit, I decided I needed to go ride the transit. So got on a bus, met some wonderful people on the bus, and had some great conversations. But one of them made me bite my tongue and not cry. I talked to a gentleman. My Spanish is not great. His English was not great. But we had a wonderful conversation. He had risen the bus a lot, but sometimes couldn't because of the cost. But now that it was free, he could ride it to work and back again every single day. And I asked him what difference that made. And he said, this year, I could buy my daughter what she wanted before she went to school for the first day. Because that amount of money I saved let me do that. And I realized that not only was he able to do that for his daughter, but his daughter was able to see her dad in a different way. And his daughter was able to go to school with the same supplies every one of the other students did. So your decision, you're making free transit, made 3 lives change. And sometimes I don't think you know the impact that you have. So those of us who don't ride public transit need to understand how much that small change made and how little it really costs you to change lives.
Sandra Shan, to be followed by Jody Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you. In 2006, a small Vermont town voted to impeach then President George Bush. They asked Congress to take this action, so they petitioned the federal government to take that action. Some belittled their efforts and asked, what right do small Vermont towns have to weigh in on a question of such magnitude? Who are we, this is a selectman speaking, to cast our sights beyond the demands of our roads, bridges, or annual school budget? As a Vermont citizen and one of the selectmen, this was his response to that query. I will paraphrase for the sake of time. He cites U.S. actions in Iraq, which have a great many parallels to U.S. funding of genocide in Gaza and the violence in the West Bank. He said that U.S. support of actions that result in the death and maiming of innocents is something that is the purview of all U.S. citizens. He cites, for example, the hundreds of billions of dollars being drained from our needs at home to carry out these actions. And my comment, it is against U.S. law to give aid to any country that will commit war crimes with that aid. How can any American, he says, with a sense of morality, who professes to adhere to religious principles, not insist that the violence must cease? Every day our moral standing in the eyes of the world is further debased. Every day that we acquiesce to these actions of our government, we debase ourselves and make ourselves unfit to be called Americans. The worst failing of any nation is when its citizens no longer scrutinize their government. I ask you to consider calling for peace.
Thank you. Jody Johnson, to be followed by Christina Yonkers.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. We as a community of mobile home residents continue to be subjected daily to a denial of rights, further deterioration of a senior park, lawfully under a senior park overlay, intimidation, attempts at unlawful rules and regulations, coercion and real estate actions for future buyers, and misuse of fair housing management, willful attempt to appeal while arbitrating a second time, and willful intent to take away more from residents. 50 Pamela Drive in Youngstown intentionally went up for sale in Youngstown as all age. The realtor changed the MLS listing the same day and then placed new flyers without Senior Park anywhere on it. In addition, 45 Pamela Drive was listed as Senior Park, and then flyers willfully removed Senior Park as a parade of potential buyers with young children view the listed property. This is the 7th property allowed to do this. Enforcement in some capacity did take place as the all age was removed, but under MLS listing, it still states Youngstown is not a senior park. Enforcement was not enough. Some realtors lawfully listed other mobile homes up for sale in Youngstown as a senior park after doing due diligence and not just accepting the word of the property manager. Youngstown continues to tell potential buyers and realtors this is an all-age park. The intention, and let's be clear, is to cross that 20% threshold of all-age ownership to circumvent the senior park overlay and zoning that you voted in. All of this in addition to the threat of closure looming over every owner resident of Youngstown and Littlewoods with no resident control. Just recently posted in the clubhouse is a potential closure dated in July, but not the real closure notification served on the city in June. Littlewoods had to endure a new rules and revisions 48 pages deep 3 weeks ago, written only in English with residents primarily Spanish speaking.
Thank you. Christina Yonkers, to be followed by Angela Cruz.
Thank you very much. Where 25 new rules are against the MRL, the state laws, notably the demands to sign a lease or face eviction is not lawful. The city's own ordinance rent stabilization does not demand the signing of a lease. While Littlewoods residents prepare for a second arbitration on November 7th, we cannot stress enough the hardship this presents to every resident. In addition, residents learned last week that while a new arbitration, second one since July's decision, park owners are appealing the first decision. In addition, the Littlewoods residents learned that the parking in place for them for years and years was removed. Unlawful under the guise of repair, residents were never allowed to resume using parking until we noticed management that the residents were not legally noticed for such a change. There is no doubt that the intent is retaliation, intimidation, and burying residents in legal bills. And burying is the correct word. Burying residents in legal bills, flexing their muscles that they have more money than our residents who have always lived within their means. In addition, residents must worry about their closure notice as well as their well-being and their rights to live in a home they own. I'll have the next person.
Angeles Cruz, to be followed by Janice Barker.
Hardworking men and women and families being harassed, intimidated, who follow the law and the rules while the park owners try any tactics to drive them out so that they can unlawfully raise the ground rents. In Capri, the unlawful taking of monies under the threat of eviction has not been remedied yet. These residents deserve credits back of overpayment and the demand to pay what they don't owe to stop. Arbitration ended with a 0 award for the park owner Capri in August, the same one as Littlewoods, and such they added money anyway, not allowed. Not to mention that every right for 90% of the residents to be under rent stabilization was violated and continues to be violated. Fear can manifest in many ways, and no community or fellow neighbor in our beautiful city should want to allow greed or unlawful actions to prevail in Petaluma, especially against senior citizens like your grandmothers and grandfathers, or vulnerable residents who are not asking for a handout, but being self-reliant and living within their means. These large investment companies have one intent. They seek to remove rent stabilization, to manipulate loopholes, to intimidate residents to submission, or simply to drive residents out. In some cases, that means drive them out to the streets. The city of Petaluma courageously has not given up on vulnerable residents seeking to maintain their rights as owners of their homes.
Thank you. Janice Barker, to be followed by Bert Boda.
Good evening. Every resident knows that this is not easy on the city. Multiple lawsuits, endless attacks on their rights to enact and protect the residents of Petaluma. We know we live in a city whose actions carefully seek to understand, seek to defend, enforce, and strengthen. We not only ask the City Council and city staff to enforce these laws and ordinances, but we ask other community members to see us and to support us in simply living in peace in a home we bought, we maintain, and where we pay the ground rent. It takes a village to stand up to any bully, much less multiple bullies. And while the stress is substantial, our residents stand united in the solidarity to stand up to these bullies. Laws and ordinances are made to be followed to protect all. Don't let them drive us out. We are the Petaluma Mobile Home residents, and we are united.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bert Boda, to be followed by Tim Porteous.
I do 50 seconds. Go ahead, Bert. No, go.
You ate up everything.
And I chewed it right up.
Hello, City Council. This is going to be short, but it carries much more weight than my reading on beyond anything that we've written. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven, I will forgive their sin, and will heal their land. 2 Chronicles 7:14. I think this has a meaning well beyond just Youngstown as we face a election that has major ramifications on our safety and our well-being. And I pray that we continue, our city council, continue to support Youngstown's efforts in preventing the robber barons from taking over our safe and secure mobile home parks. Thank you, council.
Thank you. Tim Porteous, to be followed by Catherine Brabowski.
Hello, my council. Thank you for what you have been doing. We appreciate it. We need a bigger hammer. The target here is roughly $200,000 a month from 102 people. It's a killer. We are under a grievant attack. It's palpable every day. We come home waiting for the next shot. And they took one just today, 4 o'clock. A legal zap, and it hurt. But you guys, get a bigger hammer. Because I don't know anything that's going to do it. We need to punch him in the belly. Good. Really. And I will say that I'm kind of embarrassed by Mr. Barnacle and Mr. Healy. The campaigns that you are waging and the insults that you're tossing are, please. I thought we're supposed to be bigger than this. You're not president running. It's just name calling, and some backed by money and some backed by people, and you guys have got it confused. Who cares what you think about the other guy? What are you going to do? I mean, it's all done now. I didn't have a chance last time. I already said this to you then. But it's important to me, and probably someone else here in the city. I don't know. But you guys have done very well. I thank you. I hope that you can find a bigger hammer, because it really is needed. Thank you, folks.
Thank you. Catherine Babowski is our last speaker for the evening.
Yes, my name is Catherine Babowski. I live at the Littlewoods Villa Mobile Home Park. I've been sending pictures to the city attorney showing that the on-site park manager, her family and friends are breaking the law in there. And they're not obeying the laws. These people, these owners of Harmony, and Youngstown and Capri, the city needs to hit them with a lawsuit, hit them where their pocket is, because that's all they're doing. They want the money, so they can buy other mobile home parks and do the exact same thing. Harmony is doing this at every single park. They're being sued statewide. The city needs to get out and get this owners sued immediately. And also, too, this manager, on-site park manager, is having her family parked illegally against my mobile home, which is not a legal parking area, and that there's a propane tank there. They're parking on the fire lanes, they're blocking the fire lanes, and they're breaking the law. Please start filing a lawsuit against Harmony Community and the owners of Youngstown and Capri. Thank you.
Thank you. That closes public comment for the evening. I'd like it to bring it on up to the council now for council reports on their activities since our last meeting. And I'd like to ask our Vice Mayor to take it off for us.
Okay, so in the last couple weeks, there's been nothing new in my committee work, but since there is a item tonight on carbon and carbon emissions reduction, I thought I'd just look up what tipping points are and how close are we to the tipping points in our climate to emphasize the seriousness of what we're going to try to do tonight. And according to AI, Wikipedia, the tipping points are ice sheet melt, coral reef die-off, permafrost thaw, ocean circulation disruption, Amazon rainforest dieback. And these are all connected and interweaved in the whole global system. And unfortunately, I just saw a couple of reports recently, the last few days, that some scientists are reporting that two of these, the ice melt that is happening in Greenland and also the ocean current conveyor belt, actually are maybe hitting their tipping points soon. So sooner than later. And so it's really critical we start taking action now. So I thought I'd just bring that up as to why we really need to move forward with our blueprint for our carbon emission reduction and also adaptation. Thank you.
Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Thank you. I had my SCTA meeting, and the big thing is the new bike program, and you can see them around Petaluma, but they're also around the entire county. And so that's a step in the right direction, and you can rent the bikes. You can see them around town, and they're white. So that's something for the entire county. And then my Petaluma Valley Groundwater GSA group, you can go to petalumavalleygroundwater.org to read their annual report. And what we're doing is we're looking at rural wells to see what the depth of the water is and if there's saltwater intrusion. And then there's also demonstration wells also, which the Petaluma is participating in because the one well that we were drilling wasn't as fruitful. And so it was perfect that that was taken over by the GSA. And we're still looking for residents in the rural area who would like to participate in this. So it's basically monitoring your wells to see the health of the wells, the water depth, and how you're also using the water. I'm hoping, back to the Coast Guard, that we can be a Coast Guard city maybe in 2025, get that documents prepared so we can become a Coast Guard city. And the Coast Guard is really important to Petaluma. It brings in a lot of great people to the community, and a lot of people that live at the Coast Guard base actually live in Petaluma and Rohnert Park in Sonoma County. And I just want to thank Mayor for closing the meeting in honor of Patricia Johansson. And what I'd like to do is propose that we actually name the trails at Ellis Creek after her. I had the honor of working with her for quite a few years on that project. And the ponds are the shape of the salt harvest mouse, but the monarch butterfly is also folded into that design. And the little tentacles for the butterfly go to the creek to the south of Ellis Creek. And so and the tail goes to the purple pipes. So it's quite an interesting project. Instead of rectangle ponds, we ended up with art. And people don't really realize it's an art project from a world-renowned artist. And she passed away, and she taught me so much about ecology, the environment, and art. And I will be forever grateful to have her in my life. And since we're talking about Vietnam and we're talking about the helicopters, my brother was in Vietnam, and one of the Hueys, after a horrible battle, he was bringing the wounded in, trying to bring the helicopters down. One helicopter got shot down, the second one made it. And that helicopter was refurbished and is now at the Smithsonian. And when my brother went back for the dedication, the two pilots were there and they remembered him from that day. And he ended up getting a Bronze Star for Valor. And it was a long 3 weeks from the time this happened to when we finally found out that he was alive. So I'll end it at that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
I have no liaison appointments. I've got all my meetings this week. Thank you.
Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So the Water Advisory Committee to the Sonoma County Water Agency met in Santa Rosa this morning. Covered a lot of territory. I've handed out copies of the annual report of the Sonoma Marin Saving Water Partnership, which you should all have in front of you. It contains a lot of interesting facts. There was an extended presentation on Sonoma Water's capital projects, and they now want to bring that to all the different contractors, including our city council, and I've informed the city manager, and I think that will get scheduled in the fairly near future. A lot of work on recoating the tanks. Castania just got recoated. A lot of good progress on a whole bunch of things. One thing that wasn't so great, the Eli booster upgrade has been significantly delayed because of equipment procurement problems, which is kind of a standard thing within the industry at this point, unfortunately. And then I was going to share, we get water sales reports monthly, and just doing a little bit of a dive into this is kind of an interesting situation. Petaluma so far this year has purchased a little over 1.8 billion gallons from the Sonoma County Water Agency through September, and they compare all the different contractors' purchases this year to a benchmark year of 2013, 11 years ago. I'm not quite sure how 2013 got picked, but that's what it is. When we purchased about 2.5 billion gallons of water in the same period, so that's a 26% reduction. And that's pretty common throughout the region. So one of the stories, I know I've mentioned this before, but I think a lot of people have a hard time wrapping their heads around it. Water conservation has far exceeded population growth. And so our total water consumption here is 26% less than it was 11 years ago. And that trend does not look like it's going to reverse anytime soon. So that's really great news, and it's why we want to continue pushing on conservation. And that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, lots of exciting events are being organized in the next couple of months. I met with the organizers of the 8th annual holiday food fair to be held on Tuesday, November 26th from 3 to 7, and the 3rd annual holiday makers fair on December 3rd. Both will be held at the hotel. There was going to be a charge, but now, as of today, the events tickets are free, but you need to obtain them via the website. And if you go to the Petaluma Hotel or the Visitor Center or Barber Cellars, they have the QR code with the website. Along with all the other exciting events that are going to too long to list in my 90 seconds, like Luma Ice at the fairgrounds, Santa's Arrival on the River, and so many more. At the Petaluma Museum, Garden Club members spruced up the museum grounds, and they're looking for more volunteers to make that area just more beautiful, and that historic oak tree in the back and the garden around it. Haunted History Walks continue, and Homes for the Holidays opens November 23rd. And also, don't forget to become a member of the museum. One of the perks is parade seating. It's a great place to watch the parades. The members get it for free. It's part of their perks. And there's also a new membership. It's called the Cornerstone Club, which is going to go beyond just the museum organization events. And in a couple of years, we're going to be kicking off the 50th anniversary of our museum. Speaking of parades, we gave a proclamation to the Veterans Parade, but we'll have that group of helicopters that's flying around. They'll be landing at the Petaluma Airport, the airport manager tells me. So if you happen to be out at 29er Diner, you might catch a glimpse, or walking the trail or bicycling out there. So that's all for my report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pozicek.
Thank you, sir. At the Homeless Board meeting this month, we did a lot of restructuring of our committees, eliminated approximately 1.5 committees, and focused the work of a few others. In terms of, we also started discussions on finalizing a memorandum of understanding with the county as lead agency for homelessness. That work continues. At the Public Safety Advisory Committee, we heard and discussed a presentation about the so-called disability retirements as incentives to resign articles that were published in the San Francisco Chronicle, and found no evidence that we had actually engaged in that practice here in Petaluma. Finally, I'm looking forward to walking in the parade on Monday to honor my father, who served in the Pacific in World War II, and a nephew who was killed in the first Iraq War. And lastly, I do think we need to push harder for ceasefire negotiation in the Middle East, as well as an end to suffering of innocents. Thank you.
Thank you. And over the last little period, my report is, I guess, both the Vice Mayor and I sit on the County Ag and Open Space Funding Committee, and one of the things I was real happy to see is them award a number of new grants, and one of them is to all-weather sports fields, both in Sonoma and Santa Rosa. Santa Rosa now, Sonoma more recently, and just identifying to the community how important our youth recreation programs are, and supporting that. And then also sat with the Measure O Oversight Committee. It's a distribution body that puts out the tax money on mental health problems. And in addition to the $30 million that they generate and program in, there's now Medi-Cal funding for reimbursement. And so the ability to have that money adds so much more to our mental health services in the county. There's just many good things going on in government that I hope continue as maybe we're in upheaval in government. I also gave a presentation to the Know Before You Grow community group regarding the Bay Area housing measure that would have been on this ballot, and also in regards to what Prop 5 would do on this ballot. But everyone recognizes that we have a housing problem, and it's nice to know there's people out there trying to solve that and put creative approaches together to solve housing problems. And lastly, I was also able to attend the Sonoma County Mayor's Committee on Employment of People with Disabilities, and that is where we recognize employers who make concerted efforts to have people with disabilities as part of their team. And the stories from each of the businesses is truly inspirational. So with that, I'd like to invite our city manager to report in.
No report tonight, Mayor.
Well, moving right along. So then that brings us to our consent calendar for the evening, and I'll look up and down the dais and see if anyone would like to pull any of the items. Councilmember Cater Thompson. A request to pull item number 6 and handle it separately. And I see no other requests. So I'll ask if there are any other questions on the consent calendars, item 1 to 10, not number 6. And with that, I have no council questions or do I?
No.
No. So I'd like to take it to public comment on the consent calendar for items 1 to 10, but not 6.
Shall I read?
And have we received any comments prior to tonight's meeting about the consent calendar?
We received one for item number 6.
Okay. And the public is invited, of course, to make comment on the items listed in the consent calendar. And public comments are listed, will be limited to 3 minutes per person. And is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak to the consent calendar? And not seeing any cards coming forward, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the council for the consent calendars, item 1 to 10, but not 6. And we have a motion by Cater Thompson.
Second.
A second by Barnacle. And a roll call vote, please.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
Now? Yes. Posake?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And now we'll take the item number 6 to be here. And I'd like to invite Councilmember Cater Thompson to express herself.
Okay. My concern with number 6 is when Ellis Creek was designed, there was an amphitheater there. And the parking lot, when you go into Ellis Creek, there's this big, area. And it was designed specifically for students and buses for tourism to come there because, because of the art. And so I really have a problem with shifting this over to Schollenberger because Ellis Creek was prepared for this and the roads were prepared for it. And I'm disappointed that this grant funding is going toward Schollenberger, where I feel as though at Ellis Creek, the whole purpose of getting schools involved was to educate people on wastewater, water quality, and habitat, and how they, all kind of live in this ecosystem together. And that didn't happen. Everything kind of got scrapped, but that was the plan. And the amphitheater was cut, prepared for, to be built there in the future. And so the berm was put in specifically for that. And most importantly, also just access for tour buses or school buses to get there. And so I'm disappointed that I guess I need to sit down with somebody and maybe really go over the Ellis Creek plan and what the plan really was, so we can start moving in that direction to add the amenities that weren't there. And this was one of the biggest amenities. So I've said my piece. And I will not be supporting this tonight because I don't think you really thought about how you're going to get students there, where the bus is going to park, because they certainly can't go down the lane into Schollenberger to get there and turn around. I mean, there was a whole turnaround set up, and it was planned out, and Schollenberger just doesn't have the same ability for that type of mobility and movement.
Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So I actually had the pleasure of walking around the trails at Ellis Creek this last weekend, and I don't know if people have done that recently, but the signage has been upgraded very recently, and it's fantastic. There's 8 or 10 beautiful new signs. They're bilingual. They talk about the resource. They talk about the native peoples who lived there before us. They talk about recycling. They talk about birds and amphibians. So that's kind of a classroom opportunity, just walking around the place and seeing it. I don't see these two projects as being mutually exclusive, and I do support the Schollenberger Amphitheater, but I also support, enhanced education opportunities at Ellis Creek, and I have to say that the new signage is a huge step in that direction, and thank you to staff for following through on that. And so with that, I'll move the item.
I think we're going to maybe do the public expression part first and then come back to that. And I'd like to invite our city attorney to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to note one item in conversation with Councilmember Shribs, who is a member of the board of the Wetlands Alliance in a non-paid position. I just wanted to know for the record that he does have that role with the Wetlands Alliance, and there was coordination with the Wetlands Alliance regarding this project, as is noted in the staff report. However, the contract that the council is acting on tonight is with the construction company, not with the Wetlands Alliance. The alliance is not a source of income for Councilmember Shribs, and there's no contract with the agency. Therefore, there's no need he has to recuse from this item. But I just wanted to be clear for the record his role, and thank you very much.
Thank you. It's important we have complete transparency. With no other comment, I'd like to ask the clerk if we've received cards or letters, emails.
We did receive one comment on item number 6. We have not received any cards yet.
Thank you. So looking to the audience and asking if anyone would like to make a comment on item 6, and not seeing anyone rise, then we'll close public comment on item 6, bring it back to council. I believe we have a motion from Councilmember Healy.
Yes.
And looking for a
second.
And a second from Barnacle. And roll call vote, please.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Gator Thompson?
No.
Healy?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
What is the exact motion now?
Yeah.
What is the I didn't hear the actual motion. Move approval of 6. Okay. I'll say yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much. And now that brings us to item 11 on our agenda for the evening, which is a resolution accepting and adopting the 5-year paving plan and authorizing the Director of Public Works and Utilities, or designee, to implement this plan. And to help us out with that, we have Gina Benedetti-Petnick, Interim Director of Public Works and Utility, Jeff Studsman, Deputy Director of Operations, and George Howard, Assistant Engineer. Thank you, team. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Gina Benedetti-Petnick, your Interim Director of Public Works and Utilities. And it's truly an honor to be able to introduce this agenda item for the acceptance and adoption of our 5-year paving plan. One of the defining aspects of any community's infrastructure, and you all know this better than anyone, is our streets. In recent years, we've seen substantial improvements in our pavement conditions, and thanks to our residents and the infusion of Measure U funds. While the advances are really encouraging and significant, we have a lot of work ahead of us yet. Our Public Works team is passionate about advancing Petaluma streets to provide safer, stronger, and more attractive streetscapes that our community can take pride in. And with that in mind, our transportation team has developed a comprehensive 5-year plan to strategically prioritize and implement the next phase of our pavement work. We're excited to share this with you tonight. I'd like to introduce Jeff Stutzman, our Deputy Director of Operations for Streets, who's both a civil engineer and a traffic engineer, along with George Howard, Assistant Engineer with our Capital Improvement Engineering team. Together, they've collaborated closely with our Utilities Operations Group and other divisions in Public Works to develop and refine this plan and map it. And with that, I'll hand it over to Jeff to begin the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for this. As Gina said, we're very excited to be here. It's been a long time coming for this. We're proud to present all the hard work that we've put into this. So for tonight's agenda, we'll step through the process from the paving challenges in Petaluma, the paving basics of our road, our current paving conditions, and step into how we prioritize our streets from funding to a ranking framework that ultimately builds out our 5-year plan. I'll hand it off to George to run through some of the background.
Thank you, Jeff. So we'll talk about some of the specific challenges that Petaluma face, and we have been notorious for our poor conditions, largely due to several factors. These factors include challenging soil conditions, an outdated one-size-fits-all road design standard, and a historic lack of investment prior to 2020. So the cities has expansive clay soils, and these tend to shrink and swell with moisture changes, and these can cause significant road damage. In response, the city has been utilizing a full-depth reclamation method using cement and lime to improve soil stability and road strength. And additionally, past standards have used a one-size-fit-all, a uniform approach, and those fail to account the specific road characteristics. But today, we have turned that around, and each road is designed based on its specific characteristics, such as soil type, traffic volume, and vehicle classification. So funding for our streets has historically been insufficient, relying heavily on grants, utility fees, and gas tax. It was not until 2017 that the city could allocate funds beyond basic operating expenses with the passage of the SB1 gas tax. However, the passing of Measure U in 2020, Petaluma was able to initiate substantial road projects, significantly improving the city's pavement condition index, or PCI, from 47 to 54 through restoration, reconstruction, and maintenance efforts that took place between fiscal year 21-22 and fiscal year 23-24. So this slide shows you a little bit about Pavement Condition Index, otherwise known as PCI. And these pictures show some examples. And PCI of 100, that's a brand new road, while a PCI of 0 is a failed road. So one thing to know about PCI is that it kind of tells you and paints a picture of what type of treatment to do, from preventive maintenance to reconstruction. So this graph shows the Petaluma's PCI, or Pavement Condition Index, from 2021 to current. The dashed blue line represents the PCI for the year, while the green one below shows the 3-year average. And the average is particularly important because it takes out the peaks and valleys, so you see a more consistent overall trend. So over the last few years, the infusion of Measure U funding into our streets significantly improved our pavement condition. With that funding, we pushed our 3-year average from 45 to 52, which is a 7-point increase. Additionally, the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, or the MTC, which serves San Francisco Bay Area and 9 counties, released its annual PCI report card for all cities and counties that are in our metropolitan area. For more information about the report card, it can be accessed from the city's pavement webpage. It is important to note that this report card goes only up to 2023 and does not include our current data for 2024. So let's talk about pavement investment strategies. So there are 2 types of pavement investment strategies: preventive maintenance and rehabilitation. Preventive maintenance is a cost-effective approach to extend the life of our roads and help slow the rate of deterioration. Slurry sealing and crack sealing are the most common preventative maintenance types we use. And rehabilitation is repairing the existing pavement to reset the deterioration process by adding or replacing material within the pavement section. So this black line is a common pavement life cycle curve, where over the life, the road deteriorates and the condition index goes down over time. So what makes this graph pretty powerful is by using preventive maintenance techniques like slurry seal, we can keep our good roads in good condition for a longer time with less investment. So if you compare the green dash line representing a slurry seal, we can slurry seal our roads 3 times compared to the red line representing a pavement overlay. So by investing $12 a square yard with preventive maintenance at the right time, we can maintain a PCI as if we invested $200 a square yard for paving. So a big takeaway is just spending money at the right time, and we'll get a lot more bang for our buck, and that's very important for picking and prioritizing our streets. And also, so we know paving isn't just doing the pavement and focusing on that. We look at many things when we do a pavement project, and this includes utilities such as water services, replacing water and sewer mains, opportunities for new recycled water mains, and also doing other upgrades such as pedestrian improvements, bulb outs, crosswalks, bicycle infrastructure, doing buffered bike lanes, signalization upgrades, and this one also has a lane reduction to incorporate a 2-way left turn lane. So this is Petaluma Boulevard South. The total construction cost was about $6.6 million. And just to give you an idea, this is the breakdown of the different kind of items that went into this project. So of that total, 27% was paving, 27% was sewer improvements, 19% was water improvements, 14% was bike and ped, and 13% of it is signal improvements. So this is kind of an example of the type of model we like to use to combine many resources into one large cost-effective project. And I think with that, I'll hand it over to Jeff.
Thank you, George. So we've talked about the basics that go into the roads. Now we're going to step into how we prioritize and create that 5-year plan. In the creation of the 5-year plan, we first determined what yearly projected budget allocation for our roads should be. To have a robust and comprehensive plan, we broke it into 2 programs, road rehabilitation and preventive maintenance. For road rehabilitation, 90% of our yearly budget, which equates to around $9 to $12 million a year, to be equitable to our community while still focusing on major streets and benefit the most users. The funding split was approximately 40% major roads and 60% local roads. For preventive maintenance, 10% of our yearly budget would go towards keeping our good roads in good condition, which equates to $800,000 to $900,000 a year. The current PCI and timing primarily drives what percentage goes to major and local roads, but on average, it's approximately a 50% split. The preventive maintenance percentage split of 10% was calculated using the budget and the street save was calculated by optimizing the budget and the streets within the ideal PCI range, utilizing Street Saver, which is our pavement management software, to increase the pavement condition and decrease the paving maintenance backlog. The road rehabilitation split for major streets and local streets was determined by comparing the current PCI for arterials, collectors, and residential roads with the goal of raising our PCI of local roads by 4 points, from 49 to a 53. This would bring our PCI for our local streets in a closer range to arterials and collectors. Within the 5-year budget, which is $59.4 million, and the project budget allocation, which we just talked about, we would maintain our PCI over the next 5 years at a PCI of 54. What's important to note is the yearly PCI, as we saw on that graph, will plateau, and the 3-year PCI average over the next 5 years will converge with that yearly PCI. This is important because moving forward at this funding level, we'll be maintaining our current PCI at 54. This pie chart shows the funding distribution that makes up our proposed 5-year paving plan. The 5-year budget is proposed at $59.4 million over the next 5 years. It's made up of sewer and water projects. So on D Street, where we have lumped in a larger project, those are the capital costs to replace the sewer and water mains. We have our water and sewer fees, which is the pavement management plan utility fee, which comes out of the utility rate study. The gas tax, which is SB1. The traffic mitigation fee, which is roughly 16% of the eligible bike and ped improvements that comes out of the impact fee report. And then we have Go Sonoma, which is funds we get through Sonoma County Transportation Agency. And then the biggest slice comes from Measure U. And just to put this all into perspective, in 2017, one of the larger projects we had at that point was a slurry seal of Eli Boulevard South and North McDowell. The total cost of that project was $700,000, and that was a big project at that point for the city. If you do the math, the current yearly budget for the 5-year plan is 17 times larger than what we had 7 years ago. So Measure U is making a large impact on the streets and the work that we can do. So after determining the 5-year budget allocation, we created a street ranking framework that was used as a criteria to score and rank the streets in the city. The ranking framework includes 7 categories: safety, utility, climate, geography, public input, funding, and PCI. PCI category was a primary factor that linked the budget allocation to the ranking framework, as the PCI identifies what programs that street belongs in. And under each category, as shown above, is a summary of the criteria that was used to evaluate each street. For safety, the collision data was from our police department, as well as supplemented by Sonoma County Transportation's high injury network. Proximity to schools included a 1/4 mile buffer, and the proximity to parks included an 1/8 mile buffer. The Safe Streets nomination requests for traffic calming and safety are also included in the neighborhood requests for safety evaluations. For utilities, paving projects are aligned to our utility projects to the degree possible to create a larger scope for those projects and more cost-effective project. Climate included points that had transit and bike routes. And geography, to the degree possible, projects were balanced across the city and lumped together in areas to create a more cost-effective and efficient project that could be bid to contractors. Public input, this category comes into the city in many forms of requests, complaints, concerns. This is all tracked and then is fed into the system as well for prioritization. And finally, funding. Funding is a primary factor in the selection of streets. It determines what budget is and how many streets can be completed. Depending on if we have grants, it influences what streets get selected. As an example, we have Caulfield Lane, which is funded through SCTA, and it was included in this list because we have grant funding coming up and it can be worked on. Additionally, Eli Boulevard South was added to the list because there's opportunities to apply for a grant for new striping along there. And at the same time, this project is ready for a seal coat. So it is some of a win-win on projects like that where we can combine resources. And just to step back onto just what Safe Streets nomination was, because it has been an amazing asset for us to bring in this information. But Safe Streets was launched in 2023 and created an accessible, transparent, data-driven way for the community to nominate streets for safety and traffic calming improvements. This has been an invaluable process that feeds into our Quick Build program to use cost-effective materials to improve safety quickly. Safe Streets nomination is utilized in the safety criteria in the ranking framework to identify streets that have safety and traffic calming concerns that can be addressed with signage and striping during the paving project. And just to know the picture, this is one of those quick builds that we just recently completed on 6th Street at C, where we're able to get in crosswalk, bulb outs, and really improve the safety at an intersection that is heavily used. And this graph is an overview of how the prioritization lays out over the city. It's a really hard map to see, especially if you're far away, and there's a lot to take in about it. But the takeaways for this is just the complexity of the map and how complex the prioritization is that goes into it and the diversity of our streets in the city. So the prioritization is ranked from red, which is very high, to green, which is very low. So you see a dispersion of all the different colors throughout the map. And this is all built on using that criteria before and setting scores that can be adjusted and feeds into this. If we take a deeper dive into the prioritization map and just look at a more isolated neighborhood, you start to see how the ranking is distributed based on the categories and the prioritization. This is an example that's made up of Casa Grande, La Tercera Elementary School, Arroyo Park, and spread over Eli Boulevard South, a busy collector. So you start to see all the different colors and priorities and what is ranked and how it is. So with all that prioritization, scoring, and ranking, it feeds into the current paving plan. So the top ranked streets that from the prioritization map were filtered out and put into the 5-year plan, and the fiscal years were assigned. It's an iterative process to align all the projects, the utility work that goes into it, and fits within the available budget. This is our current paving plan for rehabilitation. It's a combination of projects that we previously discussed during Measure U discussions and promised to our community, and new projects that came out of the prioritization process. So fiscal year 24-25, we have Howard Street and Rainier Avenue, both the utility projects. Howard is water and sewer, and Rainier is recycled water. For fiscal year 25-26, we have D Street, Caulfield, and St. Francis. D Street is a water and sewer project, and Caulfield is a grant-funded project. For fiscal years 26-27, we have Casa Grande, Old Redwood Highway, and North Webster Street. And then for fiscal years 26 through fiscal year 30, these streets were selected based off the prioritization process we just discussed. The focus of each fiscal year focused on one area of the town East, West, and Midtown, and incorporated one larger landmark project mixed with a bunch of smaller residential projects. And as an example, for fiscal year 27-28, Daniel Drive was selected with a mix of residential streets on the east side. For 28-29, we had Western Avenue with various residential streets on the west side. And then 29 and 30, we have Washington Street mixed with residential streets. And for more information on the street selected, you can visit the city's pavement webpage, which is listed at the bottom of cityofpetaluma.org, street pavement. We have put in a new interactive GIS map that I can go to at the end of the slides to just to show you how you can go on it and look at it, select streets, look at when it's going to be constructed, the PCI, and kind of play around with the data that we have. And as mentioned on the previous slides, we broke the plan into two program types, one for preventive maintenance and one for rehabilitation. As we discussed the rehabilitation, this one is now preventive maintenance. Not as fancy as the other one, but the goal with this is to create a preventive maintenance program. So every year we invest a certain amount of percentage, 10%, into preventive maintenance to keep those good roads in good condition. And it's also a great opportunity, as we saw, to do kind of that 2-for-1 deal where you can slurry seal your road, get them in condition, but also reinvest money into the striping to kind of reimagine what it could be. And again, all the preventive maintenance is lumped in onto our GIS map, which I'll pull up, which is interactive, and you can see that list. And finally, the items tonight before you is a resolution accepting and adopting the 5-year plan for 25-26 through fiscal year 29 and 30, and authorizing the Director of Public Works and Utilities to designee to implement this plan. And just to close out on this presentation, I wanted to note the major strides we've made on our PCI score and all the great transportation improvements that we were incorporated into our paving projects to make our streets safer and one step closer to Vision Zero. And this could not have been done without the funding from Measure U. So that's it for the PowerPoint. I will just quickly just show you a website that everyone can go to and look. It's got so this is our city website, so it's cityofpetaluma.org/street pavement. This is where all our paving information lives, but we have an interactive map here, but you could also click this little link. It says click here to view the interactive map, and it allows you to pull it up, and you can adjust what you want to see on the right over here, and zoom in to certain streets and get a little bit more information by clicking on the map, figuring, okay, Maria Drive. This is the one that came for completion, but current PCI before we paved it was 24. So you start to see how it builds out and play with the layers to kind of see the build out of the 5-year plan and where we hope to be. And some of the questions that came into was our PCI report card. That also is going to live on our website, so you can understand MTC's, the Metropolitan Transportation's payment report card can be found both on our website and MTC's website, where you can understand kind of PCI of where we were and where we're going and all the great work we're doing. So with that, I'll bring it back to council.
Great. Great presentation, greatly awaited by the council too, so we're very happy to have such good progress. Council Member, Vice Mayor Shribs.
First, thank you for all this work and all the improvements. Definitely, I ride my bike around and I can feel the road improving over time. So that's really good. So the only concern I get being I represent district on the east side, and looking at the maps that you have, especially the one you just showed, along with your criteria for rating the roads. And it turns out, and just the way the map gets generated by the ratings, and the ratings are set up, the residential side streets on the east side get the lowest priority because they're not heavily used, they're not heavily trafficked, it's just residential, they're short, but the number of actual miles, I think, in the residential area on the east side, because of the way it was set up, there's actually more roadway, more pavement service, I think, on the east side than the west side. And a lot of these little side roads are degrading, but they don't rank very high because they don't get high use. They're just residential. So my concern is a little bit on the rating that the east side residential roads get kind of the short end of the stick on this system. And so I'm a little concerned with that. And then I'm looking at the pavement maintenance that is about to be done and the number of miles that you're going to be doing over these years. And I'm counting those up. I'm going, that's not many, considering the number of miles, total miles of residential roads that we actually have that need work eventually. So my concern is that the east side residential roads, especially the older ones, mine included, I have to be fair because mine's starting to fall apart, as long as a few others. I hear from my neighbors and I go down the streets. So my concern is because we get a lower priority and because of the rating system and the quantity of roads that we have and just doing the smallest number of pavement maintenance versus all the money's going to the majors. Whereas, and looking at the diagram of preventative maintenance being much more cost effective. So my concern is that over time, trying to chart out, I'm mentally taking just back of the envelope type thinking, looking at numbers. How are we going to get to all the residential roads on the east side? Can we get to them before they get to a critical point where we have to actually replace them? Is there enough funding and enough program management over the next many years, not 5, 10, but maybe 15 years, that we can actually take care of the east side residential side streets because they are going to be declining. They're already starting to decline, and they're decline before they actually get paved. So is there a long-term for the east side roads to do this maintenance, the paving maintenance? Can we up the paving maintenance, is what I'm asking, to include a little bit more residential areas so that we don't end up with critical areas on these roads? So I'm just thinking of the math, what it would take projecting long-term, and what I can tell my constituents on the east side. Thank you.
And I think I'd like to make that the same question from each council person everywhere. It's probably a more ubiquitous question than a strictly focused question. I mean, clearly our PCI, the one that MTC shows, is still poor. We bumped into now no longer poor, but we didn't bump into good yet. So you must have a lot of streets with zero out there. So it could be a citywide answer if you want to make it that way.
It is a citywide problem. It's not just the east side. It's not the west side. It's everywhere. There's a handful of things I would like to say. You got to remember PCI. It's not an exact math. It's not like a math test where you got 2 questions wrong and you got an 8 out of 10, and it was pretty definite. PCI does range, right? I mean, if 3 of us did a PCI analysis of a road, I bet you we all come up with different things. There are rules and ways that they do it. But I say that because when you get to a PCI of around like 20 and below, the roads fail, right? So a difference between a road you saw a photo of a 20 versus 0, they look very much the same. They're failed. But the one thing that George mentioned when he was talking that was really important was doing the right thing at the right time. A lot of the time I hear is we need to go through auxiliary seals and preventive maintenance on a lot of our roads. But a preventive maintenance is keeping a good road in good condition. Putting it on a bad road is going to fail prematurely and very fast. There are a lot of roads that were not selected on the west side, probably because they weren't quite ready. They weren't quite ready to be sealed, right? There's an optimal time to seal it, right? If you think about if you're going to invest in money, you should invest it at the right time so you can get the best bang for your buck. Because if you invest it when the road's at, say, a PCI of 85, you probably still had some life left into it to extend it that much a little longer. I mean, we're pushing our roads as far as we can. So it's trying to look at the best timing. We estimated 10% preventive maintenance, but if we see that there needs to be more money flip-flopped and put it into preventive maintenance, that is also an opportune time, right? I mean, the biggest bang for our buck is preventive maintenance, trying to keep those good roads in, because you can see for just in that example, it doesn't include necessarily today's cost, but $3 per square yard to do a slurry seal is much more effective than spending $200 for a failed road. So when you think about timing is the right thing, when a road gets down to a failure at like PCI of 50, the road method that you're going to put into it, like a grind overlay or a rehab, that cost is kind of set, right? So if you do it today or you do it in 5 years, you're really just, the cost of that is not going to change versus like if we miss doing a slurry seal on your road and in 5 years, it's now going to be a reconstruction. So that's why we want to try to shoot for the right time for the preventive maintenance versus the rehab. And we have a finite budget, so we have to prioritize streets the best that we can.
Yeah, I know you're trying really hard, and it's a difficult situation that we're in. I totally agree with that. I just want to be able to have some of the residents kind of understand the situation. Is there a way that we can, right now we have a 90% in major and 10% in preventative. Would be worth considering if you're using the models to develop prioritizing. Is there a way of suggesting maybe 15% in preventative maintenance? Would that really help us long term compared to just the 10% that you have currently budgeted?
We could. I think that's something that we need to, as we go along, see and adjust as we plan out streets. Right now, based on kind of looking at the total budget, taking what streets are in the right PCI range for preventive maintenance and looking at that over a 5-year period, we took that data and we put it into Street Saver, which is the pavement management software. 10% was kind of that magic number that fit in there where it hit all those streets that were eligible at that time. If there was more and there needed to be more, we could definitely adjust it. But right now, that's where that 10% magic number kind of came into play, was looking at that current PCI data.
Can you actually go back into the model and actually look at if we upped it to 15%, if that would increase the number of roads for preventative maintenance throughout the entire city as far as number of miles? Because the miles you have listed there are probably not going to be enough long term, I would think, looking at just the numbers.
If I may suggest, the reason why that 10% comes out as the sweet spot, as Jeff described it, is because it's reflective of the overall road condition of our streets. If our average PCI is so low because we have so many streets where preventative maintenance won't do a thing, they're beyond it. And there aren't as many candidates for that type of treatment. As we continue to do our reconstruction on the worst roads and get them into good condition, then we can start doing more and more preventative maintenance every year, taking care of those streets and starting to gain on that improvement curve. To answer your question directly, yes, we can look at 15. I think we probably have more than once. This is an iterative process. We don't just punch in a handful of numbers and get a result. We are leveraging the system every time we work with this, and it's many iterations to have developed and fine-tuned the program to the 10% to best leverage our funds given the existing condition of the roads that we have. And that will improve every year for a few years, and it will allow us to do constantly adjust that formula a bit as we go.
And just thank you. Just wanted to get some clarity on this issue so to make it transparent as what's really happening.
Yeah.
But very good work. Really appreciate the good work you are doing.
Yeah.
And Mayor, do you mind if I jump in on this,
Please do.
kind of the overall funding question for a minute? 'Cause it's a great question, and it's a very astute observation that overall citywide this does end up being a funding issue. And the 5-year outlook that Jeff and the team showed you is really leveraging all of our available funding sources. And you heard Measure U mentioned a number of times. That 5-year funding plan does include the assumption of our second bond issuance of Measure U dollars, roughly in kind of the springtime of 2028. So about halfway through that 5-year plan, so that we can continue that relatively smooth, approximate $10 to $11 million annual investment. However, with a number of factors kind of all colliding, if you were to extend that forecast out year 6, year 7, year 8, you will start to see the funding drop off relatively precipitously because that bond issuance has been spent. It's been invested into roads over those 5 years. So that does start to speak to what the longer term funding solution is, and that could change over time, but that is something that we may and will need to look at in terms of after we get past 2030, how do we continue the level of investment to at least continue on that sort of 54 PCI like Jeff alluded to, and not have the roads start to go downward again. So that is a lingering question that we do have out there a few years from now.
I want to appreciate the clarity in staff's report in answering the question. This is a 20% increase. They reported back to us the last 3 years, which was big 3 years, not normal 3 years. This plan is 20% more. It hopes to stabilize the PCI, not improve it. And it's assumed that local engineering has better pricing and knowledge than the MTC report, which suggested twice the funding was necessary to hold even. So the answer to every constituent, no matter where they live in the city, is we don't have the money to improve the streets to the level we want at this time. So help us find that funding. I think that's the message for all of us. Councilmember Pozike.
Thank you. So I had a question. I think I've never been quite clear on this. When we talk about that we have in the entire city 393 lane miles, does that imply that if you have a 4-lane street, 2 lanes each way, that's counting for 4 miles or not?
There is a distinction between like center line lane miles and road lane miles. So yeah, there is the center line lane miles would be basically double, while lane miles would be roads.
But yet, when you're talking about the 5 or 6 year plan, those miles there are just 1 mile for each mile of road, correct? That's the way I've been. You see, I'm wondering. I think some of the concern, perhaps even that Councilmember Shribs mentioned, is because it looks like we're only covering 30 miles of road in 6 years through this pavement plan. But if that count, that's less than 10% of the 393 miles. But when one is lane miles and one is not lane miles, am I right about that or not? I mean, does that 30 miles we're doing, is that more than 10% because of my, or is it my misunderstanding?
The paving does. I mean, unfortunately, the paving doesn't go far. So I think it is at 10% because we're 393 lane miles is what we're working with.
Okay, so when the lane miles we're talking about is the center line lane miles.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. I'm misunderstanding then. That's all.
Thanks, great clarity. Questions, Councilmember Now?
On the fiscal year 27-28, it says Daniel Drive, Residential East, and various PM. Can you explain what Residential East and various PM means? It kind of goes along with what Councilmember Shribs was asking about, because the east side does have a lot of roadways that need help.
Yeah, so as part of the preventive maintenance plan, we had the one category was kind of geography, and one of it was to try to balance it over town. So just to kind of go back to, we had residential for east, west, and midtown. So we took one larger project for that. The way to kind of group it was to take one larger project that I call like a landmark project, which in that case was Daniel Drive, and group it with a bunch of residential streets on that side of town. And we did that on the east side, the west side, and midtown. What was the other part of your question?
Well, I was just wondering, can we identify what those residential east various PM streets would be?
Yes.
It sounds like it's in my area, which I'm very excited about. It's because Daniel Drive, but are those the connector?
Yeah, so that was part of, and we probably should have provided it sooner. We kind of wanted to combine everything at once with the PowerPoint and a staff report and it. But all those instead of trying to list all those streets, because there is a handful of residential streets on all of them, we included it in the map. So that can be provided as a map. You can see the map on, you can see the map on our website. I can pull it up right now, and we can get a list of streets from that as well. So that can be provided too.
And I was trying to find street, what their PCI was. What is the actual link to our website that if you have a street and you want to know what their PCI, like South McDowell Boulevard, where is it on the PCI? Where is it on the list of the priorities? Where do people find that?
So if you go to our city's website, and it's cityofpetaluma.org/street pavement, this is on the right. Oh, it's not sharing. Sorry. There you go. So here is the city's website, street pavement. This map over here is our 5-year plan. So if you click on this little link that says click here, anybody can go to it, can pull it up. To answer your second question of just PCI, this is one easy resource to come do it, is you could come in here and say you live on Weatherby Lane. You can click on Weatherby Lane, and you can see it's a PCI of 19. Or you could come in here and say you live on Sutter Street. You can come in here and say, okay, it's a PCI of 88. And you can see that, to your point, it's a good condition road, right? It's a PCI of 88, but it's also potentially slated for slurry seal in 29. So knowing that road's going to deteriorate over time, and in 5 years, it'll be a good opportunity for a slurry seal because it'll be in that optimum window. So this is one resource to do it. I'm not sure if it has been updated today, but we are also going to update on the city's website our PCI report. So it's called a PMP, a Pavement Management Plan, which was done by a consultant. It's done every 2 years. And that is another resource. It's just a lot bigger file to go in there, and you could search street by street in there and see what the current PCI is. And that's the report that they did that kind of evaluated all of our roads in the city.
Okay, thank you. On the Howard Street, that's for 24, 25, which is currently, it's also going to be reconfigured. And I know there was some neighbors and businesses that had concerns. Is that going to come back to council before it gets, or is it already set in stone? Has it already been finalized?
No, we will come back. We know that the piece that's probably the most controversial at this point that hasn't been necessarily fully resolved is the one-way configuration on Liberty Street and how that intersection gets reconfigured. So we are working through kind of preliminary to final design, knowing that there's still a little bit of outreach left out there before we can take it out to bid.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, this is the sobering meeting. I remember my first review of this, and it was I felt pretty gobsmacked. Can you talk about any coordination with PG&E and their gas planning division, and how that factors into some of the priorities?
Now that we have, this is the benefit of having the 5-year plan, right? It allows us to do more long-range planning. It helps when the CIP, when budget comes around, we know exactly what it is. But now with the 5-year plan, we can put that out to PG&E and say, here you go, here's our projects for the next 5 years. Let us know. We do the best that we can with PG&E. PG&E's already wanted to dig up North McDowell. As much as we've tried to coordinate with them, we push back. So, but at least having a plan now allows us the opportunity to reach out earlier instead of, hey, in the next 6 months, we're going to dig it up, when we know that they need a year, 2 years to plan some of their projects. So having a well laid out plan is going to help that process a lot more. And that doesn't include PG&E. That's AT&T, Comcast, Verizon, Sonic. That's all of them.
Got you. And then fiscal year 29-30, this Midtown, is that residential Midtown? Is that just sort of, can you explain what Midtown means? Is that just sort of like a group of streets that's not east and not west?
Yes. Let me just, I can pull it up for you real quick, if that's helpful.
Just want to make sure.
While Jeff's pulling that up, I add that this process of wondering about what did that mean and when is that happening and which street is this? This map, once we're used to it, once we are accustomed to utilizing the features on this interactive map, will be a huge resource to the community and to all of you and to us as well to have those answers at our fingertips. And Jeff, for all the right reasons, can't remember and recite to you the list of the 20 streets maybe that includes, but he can go to this map and he can zoom in on that area and you'll be able to see where the high priority, medium, low priority streets are in that area. And you can look up the PCIs on each one of them and you can filter it by the date to start with on the right column. You can select the year that you're interested in. Or if you want to look at all the years, select them all. And then when you select a street, it'll tell you the year that improvements are planned for. So it's a pretty comprehensive interactive tool, but a very new one. So we're excited to have all of us using that now. And it literally just rolled out yesterday. Online. Nice. And so we're looking for feedback. We're looking for all of you to use this and keep asking us these questions and testing the tool and helping us make it better.
And you can see, I pulled it up, here's 2030. You can see the streets. I mean, this is the bulk of the Midtown. I will throw some caveats, as you guys are saying, North Bank, Riverfront, just paved, but also there is a CFD in there. So there's a benefit of keeping those up to snuff, get them crack sealed, slurry sealed. So this is preventive maintenance as well as this one over here where slurry seals doesn't necessarily fit into that. We got to keep it to a certain side of town in the middle because timing is more optimum for preventive maintenance.
Okay, and then there was a council question about, I think it was like South McDowell and that sort of just the industrial streets. One of the ones that I didn't see on there that is a little concerning is Payran between Washington and Caulfield. Can you talk at all about, I guess, is there a plan? Oh, I see that there's a blue line on there.
Yeah, so Payran, as you guys play with this, it would have been very helpful to have a long list. It just would have been a very long, comprehensive list. But Payran is slated for a slurry seal in 2026. A part of it would be reconstruction because there is a bad piece between kind of the railroad tracks and Gray Lawn. But for the most part, that section will be done in.
But that's not the piece between Caulfield and Washington?
That is not. It goes up to Jefferson at this point.
Got you. Okay, I'll hold my comments. Thank you. Oh, and then the final thing, I was doing some little bit of math. It's like 7.7% of our miles over the next 5 years that we'll be touching with either one of these. Is it possible to look at percent of VMT that we're covering with that? It might be more.
That's a tough metric with this data. I think about, can we get back to you on that one?
Or some vehicle trips or something, some way of showing that like we're touching like the roads that have the most activity on them or something like that, so that it doesn't just look like we're spending it on 7.7% of our streets, but we're actually touching like,
We can definitely address it by traffic volume.
Yeah, that would be good.
Yeah.
Something like that where it's, yeah. Bye.
And that was kind of the piece of having that percentage split of local versus residential. Is obviously, if you look at our overall PCI score, residential and local streets are the lowest. And we obviously, over the last several years, have really invested in collectors and arterials. But at the same time, collectors and arterials are the roads that see the largest volumes. East Washington is 20,000 vehicles. North McDowell is 18. So they see a lot more vehicles, and the benefit is definitely greater than residential streets. So that's why we're trying to balance the two.
Thank you. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Shribs.
Okay, good. Thank you. No, great work you are doing, and it's great to have that map. I'm going to look forward to investigating that. So one of the things like we brought Weatherby ranking of 19, but it's not slated for anything to be done to it, it looked like on that. So just as an example. So in general, we are looking, in reality, looking at a slow decline for a lot of our residential streets, which brings up, so bringing that to the next topic that we're going to be talking about is the climate actions. And so that might suggest that, we need lighter vehicles for traveling our roads rather than our heavy SUVs and heavier, even heavier electrified SUVs. And maybe lighter vehicles is one of the things we need to be thinking about rather than our standard size vehicles that we're riding around in over the long term, which would save our roads. And even better yet would maybe some fat tire mountain bikes that could take the potholes with shocks. So that's another thing, recommendation we want to be thinking about to help save our roads. But brings me to the question of, since we are going to be shifting more toward hopefully a lot more bicycle riding that's on our streets and non-streets, trails, is there, in this 5-year paving plan, is that completely separated, or we also can include our bicycle trails that we would really like to build out here? Is that part of this program, or is that a whole separate program we have to look at? And where is that money coming from? And do we need to shift monies around to make sure that we do a shift to our bicycle and pedestrian and micromobility pathways?
Right now, this pavement plan is solely for vehicle trails within kind of the public right-of-way. So obviously it includes curb ramps, sidewalk, potentially multi-use path, and how to reallocate those spaces within that right-of-way, if it's class 4 bike lanes, all of the fun stuff that goes with it. Trails are a different animal. I think when you compare trails to roads, you have a much greater opportunity for grant applications, such as Lynch Creek Trail. We have that under Go Sonoma, so we're going to get a significant amount of funds in next year, rebuild the remaining portions of Lynch Creek Trail to build it out to concrete. So there's opportunities to do that, and then we also have some projects in the CIP for the Ring Trail to build out some of those gaps out there. So though this is only for paving our roads, we do have many other projects related to trails and grants and all those.
Right, because we have the active transportation plan coming to us shortly, which includes a lot of trails. And I wanted to make sure that we're actually thinking about them and pushing the whole population toward trail use rather than vehicle road use over time. That's part of the plan that we're talking about tonight. So just having that plan in place is nice to have. Thank you.
Councilmember Now.
Thank you. Just one more thing on the South McDowell. It has been reconfigured Lakeville, so there's more usage of South McDowell because it's not, you can't come in and out at Lakeville there to Kaiser.
Pineville.
I'm blanking on the name of the road, but that South McDowell really gets a lot, and there is 2 private schools there, and there is a park, Schollenberger, plus there's lots of trucks. There's UPS, there's United States Post Office, there's Clover trucks, there's the FedEx trucks, there's moving vans. I just, off the top of my head, started thinking about how many vehicles are on that. And about 4 o'clock on, it is a traffic jam. So just going to put that out there, that it is used a lot more than it used to. People don't use the other street to get onto Lakeville or off of Lakeville. They go to Lakeville and McDowell, and they catch the light there. Also, Recology, the street sweepers are losing their bristles, and they're these long steel bristles that are being left in the streets, and it's very dangerous for bicycle riders and those tires. So I know as a pedestrian walking my neighborhood, I picked up 2 or 3, and I know a lot of other neighbors have picked up some. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Also, some communities, and it's not very popular, when it is street sweeping day and the time of day, there's no vehicles.
We were trying to get through questions and get to the
Okay.
public comment part.
Okay.
And to try
Well, what do we do about grass growing in the pavement from vehicles not moving? So there's weeds, and I know that must undermine the streets, correct? I'm just throwing it out there.
That's a legit question.
Okay.
Does parked cars deteriorate street conditions?
And because the street sweepers don't sweep it up, They just keep growing, and some are like 6 inches tall and, you know, a couple of yards long because they've been underneath vehicles and utility trailers and what have you. So I'm just throwing it out there that it's got to be undermining the paving.
Can we get that as a reply back and comment later?
I'll let it go. Thank you.
I did have a couple of questions, which I'll reduce to one. I do love the opportunity that GIS provides you, and I've done this where you create an algorithm for weighting different factors, and you put your thumb on the thing you want. You know, the high traffic count should have a higher relative importance and things like that. But do we track year-over-year traffic count, and are we observational of that? I'm already moving into the blueprint. Do we collect data like that? Because clearly a road wears out less if we reduce traffic on it, or wears out more if there's more traffic forced on it. Do we query that on a case by case, a needs basis?
Yeah, we don't collect counts on an annual basis for all the streets. It would be costly. It would be great to have.
There's a signalization database archived for later.
When it comes to traffic mix signals, we can collect counts and turning movements from those. So for those certain areas, we can do it. It does not do like residential roads, but like obviously all of North McDowell, yes. Snowmound Parkway, yes. I will just say when we talk about how we design roads, it goes down a rabbit hole, but one of it is the way that you calculate how a road is designed is based on vehicle traffic. You could have as many residential or just normal person cars or lightweight pickup trucks. It really doesn't add much to the road design. It's not like the number of vehicles, it's the loading of the vehicles. So if everyone drives cars, that's one thing. It's the heavy trucks that really do the damage to the road, because like one truck is worth a lot more little cars. And unfortunately, as we move into the electric market, electric buses, all those add to it. So that's part of the reason why our cost of our roads are so much, is we're designing these roads to handle these heavy vehicles.
That's part of the reason the fee for trash trucks is collected back from the trash company, right? Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. I had a question actually for the city attorney. So I appreciate this list and I appreciate the presentation, and this is kept pretty generic, but if we can tell looking at the exemplars from the city website that you put up and looking at where the streets are and what the colors are, if we can if we can tell that in fact the street we live on is one of the ones that's going to get repaved because of this, even though it's not called out in this list, does that create a recusal issue? It's not, you can't get it from this, but based on the staff presentation and what we're seeing on the website, I think we can tell if our street is on the list, or if a street within 500 feet of where we live is on the list, or whatever the radius would be. So do you want to think about that one?
So sorry about that. So the question is, does this action require recusals and segmenting based on impacts in vicinity of council's property interests? I'll start noodling it while we have the rest of the discussion. But it sounds like the direction is to direct the Public Works Director to implement this plan, and there's some pretty good clarity about the timing by year.
And even though the projects are kind of generalized in this chart, based on what's on the city's website and what has just been presented by staff, we have a pretty good idea of what the actual street segments are going to be.
Right. The thing is, there's also an exemption for utility type improvements that have broad impacts, which certainly some of these will qualify. So, and the actual construction projects are going to come back before the council along with the environmental review of those. So this is kind of an omnibus action. But let me think about that while we finish the rest of the discussion. Thank you, Councilman.
Councilmember Kato Thompson.
Well, I'm actually hoping Kentucky Street is on that list, Mike, because that's my bike route, and your street is one of the worst, I will tell you. But I just want some clarification on the Rainier. I know we're going to do the purple pipes, but aren't we going to go ahead and reconnect to the quad lots? New
Service laterals.
Yeah. I just want clarification.
Yeah, we'll be doing water services in that area to all the quad lots.
Okay, thank you for that. And then the other thing is, you know, when the biggest complaints I get are people like rolling through stop signs. Is there different textures that could be put on the road? So when a car drives, it just gives a different feeling with the car. So people won't roll through and speed through intersections. And it's all around town. It's not just in my neighborhood, it's the whole town. That's a problem, I hear that. So is there any type of textures or something that can be done besides speed bumps?
I'm not aware of any textures that could go down outside of like the paint that we've done, that we've seen on like 6th and Street, where we've done bulb outs to bring more visual awareness for people. When you see sometimes with traffic control on some of the larger projects, they do put out kind of like a rumble strip. But again, the trouble with a rumble strip is very much like a speed bump. No one in their neighborhood wants it because it's a great idea until you hear the noise at 2 a.m. So it's a balancing act. I think part of it is trying to find better ways to calm traffic. If it's trying to bring more awareness to the stop signs, like we've been trying to bring them out to make them more awareness, upgrade the signs so they're bigger, more visual at night. I mean, you can't stop everybody from doing bad things, but we're trying to make it so it's obvious for everyone to follow all the rules, I guess.
Well, it seems like when the roads are smoother, people just think they can drive faster. Yeah. And it is a major complaint that I hear. So
thank you.
Maybe something could be done. And then I'd like to talk to you more about slurry sealing so I really understand what roads can actually be slurry sealed. Is like when they're alligatored? I mean, is that a candidate for slurry seal?
It's really like when you think of slurry seal, it's a PCI range of between 70 and 80. Mm-hmm. So in most pictures, it's a good road that you're sealing. All you're doing with it is putting an oil emulsion over those cracks to seal it for winter, so water can't get into it. Because outside of the heavy trucks driving on the road, it's the water intrusion that's gonna eat away at the base. So honestly, if you think of if it's a questionable road, it's probably not a road that's a candidate. I mean, it has to be pretty good. If you look at like the Sonoma Mountain Parkway section that was done 10 or so years ago, where you're starting to see cracks, but it's not alligator, it's not a lot of cracks. Those are the roads that are doing it, not Corona Road headed over the overpass where you got a lot of alligator cracking.
Okay. Lost my train of thought. What was the other thing? Trucks. And we always talk about, I'm always on truck routes, but I'm really seeing the degradation already on McDowell, just from the trucks, not at the newer area, but the south. And so it just seems as though, as we're looking at our roads, we really need to address truck routes and actually go to businesses and talk about what truck routes would be the best to keep. I know you can get a lot of trucks going in one direction to stay off the local streets. It just seems like we need to take a little bit more seriously, because when I'm seeing new roads falling apart, or roads that are even 4 or 5 year old,
okay,
there's a problem.
So remember when we get to...
The question is, can we go ahead and look at this and actually start addressing
like Jeopardy.
it
Let's
instead
put
of
it in
me
the form of
bringing
a
it up,
question.
meeting after meeting after meeting?
Thank you. Let's go to public comment for a minute, and I'd like to ask the city clerk if we've received emails or other contributions.
We have not.
We have not. And I'm opening the public comment period in the room and asking that anyone who wishes to speak on this topic bring a card forward for the clerk. And seeing one, we will have one public comment speaker tonight. can fill it out after making the appropriate speaking.
Thank you very much, Pete Gang. Just a few thoughts entering my head listening to these discussions. I have over the years I've heard a number of presentations on pavement PCI. This is not my first. One of the questions concerns what Jeff or George alluded to in the one-size-fits-all approach. We have an excess of pavement in Petaluma, and that's part of our problem. That we designed our streets really wide, and now we have to maintain them, and we can't maintain all the area of pavement. I would just wonder whether there's any thought given to selectively, judiciously reducing the area of pavement that we have to maintain on an ongoing basis. Seems like it would be worth looking at. The other thing that I would like to hear talked about is the choice of pavement materials. Are there any other options for paving which don't have as big an impact on our urban heat island effect? In the building realm, we are encouraged to use cool materials which are more reflective, but all of our pavement is dark, black, raising ambient temperatures. And the last thing is, I'd like to see in doing the road reconstructions, I'd like to see a wider range of traffic calming measures implemented so that we don't create newly paved roads that are smooth and straight and they read to many drivers as speedways. It's that Chuck Marone quote, if you need a speed limit sign to tell people to slow down, then you've designed your street wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, and that closes public comment, and I'd like to bring it back to the dais and invite our city attorney to lead off.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the question, Councilmember Healy. So I'm looking at the materiality standards and the FPPC regulations for decision maker interest in real property, which is something that comes up not infrequently. There is a trigger for potentially disqualifying conflicts when there's a decision that might affect a decision maker's property that involves construction of streets, improvements to streets and utilities, drainage facilities, etc. And the parcel of the decision maker will receive new or improved services that provide a benefit or detriment disproportionate to other properties. So I don't think we're in that bucket because that really requires identifying really specific and unusual benefits to decision maker properties, and we don't have that level of detail. But what's really helpful, I think, is the exception. By the way, I should say this is section 18702.2 of the FPPC regulations. But in the exception list, it says the financial effect of a governmental decision on a parcel of real property in which an official has a financial interest is not material if the decision solely concerns repairs, replacement, or maintenance of existing streets, water, sewer, storm drainage, or similar facilities. And I think all the things that we're discussing tonight do fit in that bucket. And once again, this helpful exception, I think, comes into play so that we don't need recusals. And I think we'll also take a look when the projects actually come back to see if there really are any parcel specific impacts that might require us to look, in particular at a given member's property and impacts. So thank you for the good question.
No, and I'm very impressed you were able to find that so quickly. So that's very helpful. Thank you.
All right, let's bring it to the speed round where we make our comments quickly, succinctly. And anyone want to lead off here? Councilmember Cater Thompson, thank you.
Follow up with what Pete Gang says. I mean, the east side was really built like it's freeways, and there's just so much pavement there. and it's not safe. And the heat island just from that much asphalt, and how do we really reduce those roads to make them safer? And the other thing is on the ATP plan, are there bike routes that are on city streets, and do we look at those particular streets that we would designate as a route to get somewhere? And if they're in really poor condition, would those raise to a higher level to be resurfaced?
So that's a question, right?
Didn't.
So do we have a succinct answer for that? Please, a succinct answer would be lovely.
Part of the analysis we have includes bike lanes, so they get additional points for being on a bike lane and a bike route. So yes.
Thank you. Comments? Okay, Councilmember Vice Mayor? No?
No comment. I think the plan, I think we did a great job, and I really hope we can move forward. We're doing better than we have in the past. We have money coming in right now, and we're spending it appropriately, and you've got a system of analysis that is really, looks like a really good system, and lots of hard work going into it. So I'm very proud of what the works you have done and where you're going. So fully support your actions.
Thank you. Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, no, I would concur with that. I think the framework that was laid out tonight is very thorough. It's very fair. It's very impressive. And I would caution my colleagues against trying to micromanage this thing further. There was a neighboring city 20 years ago who got into a lot of trouble when their city council tried to do that, and it blew up in their faces, and it was known locally as Streetgate. And we don't want to go there. And just on the resource side, I would say, there's a lot of talk about how much money we can bring to bear, but, with Measure U, and this is going to be a difficult conversation at some point, but we've got a lot of competing priorities. And so the community would like to see more money put into this, obviously. I think the next agenda item, we're going to be hearing from people who want to have more resources put into that item. And I could go on, but there are a lot of competing priorities, and it might be something useful to do early in the budget process next year for the council to weigh in on some of these areas where there's flexibility and we can put more money into this or less money into that and have that conversation, because they are competing priorities.
Yeah, that's a really good point about how the ask of the city exceeds its resources currently, and in every regard, and yet we consider them imperatives. So I think that's part of the messaging we need to go back and tell everyone about. And do want to provide a little bit of feedback to Pete Gang, our public speaker of the evening, just that every major street project has public meetings dedicated to the improvement of that street, and don't sleep on that meeting. That's the important meeting to get to for that agenda. We blame the bad soils in Petaluma for the bad streets. And yes, we have bad, expansive clays. That's very true. We blame one size fits all for why some streets fail. But the idea of having a different TI for different street sections is old now. South McDowell Extension is failing, and it was designed under not one size fits all. When you look at the reasons we fail, I think Maria is case in point. It's 50 years since it's been touched. And, paving design might have been 15 years in the past, and the FDR we use now, the full depth recycling we use now, might be 20, 25 years now. Nobody ever bet on getting 50 years of life out of anything. The reason our roads are bad and the PCI is very, very low is because we haven't invested in it. And, that's got to be a needed change. We're at the bottom of the MTC's table of PCI rankings for a city. Larkspur was there with us. Larkspur passed a road tax. Larkspur is the highest ranked PCI in the section now. Now, granted, we have a lot more miles than Larkspur does, and it would be a whole different thing. But City of Berkeley, on this election cycle, has two competing road improvement measures, dedicated property taxes. One collaborative effort came out and people said that wasn't fast enough. It'll be real interesting to see which of those two competing issues to get their streets paved hits the finish line. But, I think the proposal of the 5-year plan is aggressive, and it's within our resources. And I'm going to lean on all staff to find more money, of course, and go to more grants, which they've been very successful in doing. But in the end, probably during this 5-year period, we will be trying to figure out how to accelerate even further to get us into an acceptable pavement level. Thank you. Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, I concur with my colleagues. Great job on the analysis and bringing forward the plan. I think on some of these, I would like to see make sure that street trees are included in them, especially segments like Caulfield, Casa Grande, things like that, where messaging that, not just from the climate standpoint, but from improving the value of people's homes and things like that, of having slower traffic and better trees and whatnot. I'd like to see more looking into cool pavement and see us, actually bring forward maybe a presentation on it or something like that, maybe to PPAC or the Climate Commission, so that we get more information on it. I don't know that much about it. And then, I think the community as a whole would benefit from some education on how roads are funded. So this is probably something to the comms team, whether it's One Petaluma or whether it's just using our social channels or something. But there's some good graphics in here about where the money comes from. The fact that we're going to spend $59 million and touch 7.7% of the lane miles of roads over 5 years. People need to know how much this stuff costs, because there's so many people that just think that the gas tax, should fund all of our roads and we should have good stuff because of the gas tax now. And, that's just not the case. We subsidize cars and we subsidize roads heavily. And people need to know that if we're going to do anything like another revenue, strategy or something like that. And then I'll just continue to plug that, more education about the economics of land use and the fact that, we really, we haven't been, the way we've grown is not sustainable financially from an infrastructure standpoint and all of that. And, there's just a lot of education that we need to do to the community, I think.
I'm looking for a motion.
So moved.
Second that.
There's a motion by Barnacle and a second by Posake. And a roll call vote, please.
Apologies, just one moment. Okay. Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Posake?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very, very much, staff. Great presentation. Moves us to item 12. I assume there'll be a minute to shuffle chairs here and computers, et cetera. But item 12 is a resolution adopting a blueprint for climate action to make findings for categorical exemption consistent with the California Environmental Quality Act. And while this setup is occurring, I think I'd like to ask for a 5-minute break, or declare a 5-minute break to make this transfer. Ms. Clerk, we okay? Thank you very much. We're on the clock on that. Okay, let's bring the meeting back to order. And we have item 12, resolution adopting the blueprint for climate action. And to help us with this, we have Heather Hines, Special Projects Manager, Deb Fox, Climate Action Manager, and Patrick Carter, Assistant to the City Manager, to take it away here.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. I also want to welcome our colleague from Ramey and Associates, Eric, who has been with us for this very long process. Thank you, Eric, for sticking with us. So we are thrilled to be here tonight with a resolution for adoption of the Blueprint for Climate Action. So as you'll remember, it's been a little while since we've been here, but hopefully folks remember, and I'm seeing lots of friendly faces in our audience tonight, and I know they are remembering what the blueprint is. So this is our city's climate action plan. It builds on a lot of city council priorities, the work of our Climate Action Commission, as well as our climate emergency framework and our general plan. It is a short-range plan to guide program implementation with monitoring and adjustment built in. It is really, we started this to get us to carbon neutrality by 2030 and to do everything we could to reach that goal. This plan was initially released in 2023, and we now have the revised document before you for adoption that is really the culmination of a long and involved engagement with the community, with our CCBs, with staff. And I would like to run through that with you. I do want to just take a moment to remind us when we started this process as part of the general plan update, we were looking at having a CAP with 2 A's, Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. Because of the urgency for reduction in our greenhouse gas emissions and moving towards our carbon neutrality goals and the timeline of the general plan, which we ended up spending a little bit longer on because we did such in-depth flood and sea level rise modeling, we decided to separate the two. So the blueprint is our greenhouse gas mitigation plan. We are also doing adaptation, but we are doing that as part of the general plan update. So we are still doing everything we initially set out to do, but we've bifurcated into 2 efforts so that we could begin working on the greenhouse gas reduction ASAP. So the blueprint process, we started out with some inventories and analysis that Ramey did starting early in 2021. There was close work with the Climate Action Commission in starting to develop the action plans within the blueprint. That first public draft came out, I believe it was in October of last year, and we ended up doing about a year of community engagement that included going to all of our CCBs to talk about how this implementation plan would affect their specific focus areas, Planning Commission, the General Plan Advisory Committee looked at the blueprint. We came last before the council in 2024. And then since that time, we have been working on developing this final draft, which we recently went to the Climate Action Commission and Planning Commission for their review and recommendation, and are now here before the council for adoption. So during that, I guess it was October through April, We received about 1,000 comments on the blueprint. It was from a range of different ways that people could participate in the community, in-person meetings, an online survey, our CCBs. There was tremendous outreach through our partnership with Cool Petaluma and Daily Acts to get this document out and to solicit input that is been instrumental in making the document it is today. So the revisions that you have before you, there are a couple of general themes. Probably one of the biggest shifts was with regard to the cornerstone actions. So originally there was 22 cornerstone actions. In the revised draft, there are 33 cornerstone actions, and I'll touch on those in more detail in a moment. There was also changes in the draft in response to the Ninth Circuit Court decision, the Berkeley decision regarding electrification and all electric regulations for new buildings. So some changes in response to that. The action strategies have been updated in response to public feedback. There's been some reorganization within those action plans, but they have largely stayed similar with the 7 action plans that were in the initial draft. Our partnerships and engagement section was redistributed into the implementation actions instead of being separated. And then timelines have been extended. So we really took a close look to try to be aggressive, be focused on the goal that the City Council has set out for us, but also to try to be realistic about the number of things that we could do in any given year, and also wanting to stay flexible, knowing that we need to, as a city, be able to pivot when opportunities arise towards meeting our goal of carbon neutrality. So if grant funding comes available, to be able to pivot towards that funding as new technologies become available, being able to pivot and use those. So you'll see, and as we talk about the timelines, you'll see that reflected. So this is looking at the 7 action plans. So the blue boxes at the top are the 7 action plans that you'll find in the blueprint. The lighter blue / green boxes underneath them are different focuses within each of those action plans. And the 20 or 33 cornerstone actions are actually embedded in these action plans, but also called out as cornerstone actions. So taking a moment to really focus on these, the revisions to the cornerstone actions. These are considered foundational actions that really support the deep reductions that we are looking for. Many of them are actions that are were determined really fundamental for other things to happen. So the good starting point to lay the groundwork for some of the other actions to occur. These were very closely reviewed, considered, collaborated with the Climate Action Commission. They were really instrumental in reshaping from the 22 in the first draft to the 33 we now see. So as I mentioned, these cornerstone actions are embedded in across multiple of our action plans. So municipal operation, and you'll really see here things like the climate team, blueprint coordinators. So some of those fundamental things to get us all within the city on the same page, education and training for city staff, having those leaders across different departments within the city. And that's going to be instrumental to making progress and thinking through the lens of the blueprint in everything we do as a city. Also looking at ways to monitor and look at the cost benefit and funding sources when we're looking at city business. Under municipal operations, touching on things like our facilities management and the electrification of our transit fleet, and also aligning our decarbonization goals with our capital improvement plan. So again, these are things that are foundational to the way the city does business, and to make sure that we are setting ourselves up with that strong foundation from the get-go. Engagement is obviously a really important aspect of the blueprint, and recognizing that we can't solely rely on regulations. We have to also rely on incentives and education and engagement to get our community excited and empowered to make the changes that we need as a community to reduce our carbon footprint. Transportation and land use is obviously a big one. So some of this is touching on other large efforts we have going on right now, like the general plan update and the zoning code revision that will come concurrently and on the heels of that general plan update, the active transportation plan that was mentioned, as well as changes in our Petaluma transit service, and our electrical vehicle charging infrastructure. Many of these things are underway currently, but again, they are foundational as a cornerstone action. And then of importance is our transportation demand management policy and parking pricing policy, both TDM and parking being seen as important aspects of reducing vehicle trips, single occupancy vehicles, and relying more on transit, bike ped. Buildings and energy. This was one of the areas I mentioned with the Berkeley case, looking at ways we can still move towards decarbonization of our existing building stock, as well as ensuring new buildings are using all the latest to keep their impact low as possible. Looking at things that are incentives for electrification, where we may not be able to have in the short term the regulations in place. Sequestration, there are a number of cornerstone actions around sequestration, as you can see here, and looking at it from a lot of different perspectives. And resource consumption is, I believe, the final highlight of the cornerstone actions. So, as mentioned, the Climate Action Commission and the Planning Commission recently had a joint meeting to review the revised document and make recommendations to Council. It was overwhelming support from both commissions. The Climate Action Commission unanimously approved a motion to recommend that the City Council adopt the final draft blueprint, and the Planning Commission unanimously approved a resolution recommending City Council approval of the blueprint. As part of the Commission's recommendations, there were 18 modifications recommended, and really the two commissions were very aligned. So the Climate Action Commission had 18 things that they included in their motion. The Planning Commission agreed with all 18 of those, with the addition of, I believe it was 2 words added to one measure. So the two commissions were very aligned in their recommendation. They touch on changes to be made to change some of the tone, the urgency, and the real cost and impacts if we do not do things to reduce our carbon emissions. using some tools like visualization and storytelling to really strengthen the executive summary and the impact of that aspect of the blueprint. There were a couple specific policy changes that were requested, one being regarding offsets, and the second being changes to things to include in our complete streets. And as I mentioned, terminology, tone. All 18 of these are outlined both in your staff report and they're outlined in the draft resolution for the City Council to consider tonight. So we have forwarded all of those recommendations to the Council in their draft resolution. Timeline and implementation. As mentioned, the timelines have shifted. I really want to emphasize that adoption of this blueprint, this doesn't stop here. The implementation is going to take ongoing prioritization and allocation of resources. So that is going to be, a job of the City Council year over year in the years to come if we are going to achieve the actions that we lay out in the blueprint. As mentioned, we acknowledge that we need to have flexibility to respond to opportunities that arise, and also there will be a lot of integration with the general plan as we move through that, and there may be amendments as needed along with the adoption of the general plan as we move through that to make sure that everything is reconciled between the two documents. As also discussed in your staff report and in the draft resolution, we did complete an exemption justification for adoption of the blueprint, finding it categorically exempt under Class 7 and Class 8 under the California Environmental Quality Act. And so that is part of the findings before the Council for adoption of the blueprint. And finally, it is recommended that the City Council adopt the resolution to adopt the blueprint for climate action, including the recommendations that the Climate Action Commission and the Planning Commission discussed and included in their formal recommendations, and finding the project exempt from CEQA guidelines consistent with Class 7 and Class 8 categorical exemptions as an action by a regulatory agency for the protection of natural resources and the environment. And that concludes the presentation, and the team is here to answer questions that the Council might have.
Wonderful. Thank you. Long time coming, really important heavy lifting. I want to thank all the commission members that worked on this all along the way. And I'm going to open it to council for questions. So, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Actually, really good improvements on the draft, and the time that's all spent in this wonderful extra heavy lifting work that you've done. Two questions. First one is, someone else who actually reads detailed stuff found that Cornerstone TDM-1 by 2026 revise TDM policy for employers that require employers to submit an emissions reduction plan to the city to meet the greenhouse coal reduction target. So could you go ahead and describe what that might look like, what type of costs that might be on their part, our part, if there's already a plan for doing so? Is there a way of making an easier format for it so that there's a list of things that they can do that they would just check off and then sign off and make it easy for them to do this? Since we have the city doing this for almost all decision making, looking at climate change, and now we're saying all the employers must do this. If we're looking at every single business, if we're going that far, should we go even further and say every citizen should be doing this or not? So where do we draw the line? And for the businesses to do it here in town that are operating here, is it going to be sort of like an OSHA type report? What type of report are we looking for here? And how easy can we make it so that it's smooth and least expensive, but yet very productive?
I'm going to hand it over to Eric, maybe to talk about some of the examples that they've seen or used or recommended in the past. Typically, this would be something that would not necessarily apply to every single business. Oftentimes, there's a threshold. There's a certain number of employees where a business of a certain size would need to do it. It can be, there can be a range of things that a business can do to address this. It might be e-bike parking. I was going to say transit passes. Our transit is now free, but maybe it's smart passes or bike parking or e-bike parking. Other ideas?
Typically, transportation, and good evening, everyone. My name is Eric Yurkovich. I'm a principal with Rainby & Associates. Thanks for having us here this evening. Typically when cities implement transportation demand management programs, which you have currently in your code already for as a condition for new projects happening within the city, you're applying that to a portion of the employers within a community. You would establish a threshold, a size of building, number of employees that are within those buildings. So as you develop the policy, you would develop those types of components of the policy, as well as Heather was mentioning, the various types of measures a business could choose from to take. And there is a ton of really great resources out there on transportation demand management, from ABAG MTC to local jurisdictions all over the region who have implemented ordinances like this. Typically, those plans can be very streamlined, they can be very straightforward, but it's a way for the city to understand what those employers are planning to do and implement as part of their projects.
All right, so just trying to make it more efficient, is there already a report that all businesses are required to submit to the city annually that this could be attached to? I'm talking about the process and the time required of the small businesses, not what they do, but how they actually inform, and the cost to the city, and how are we going to collect that information, and what are we going to do with it?
Just want to clarify that if you adopt an ordinance, a transportation demand management ordinance, it would only apply to new development within the city. Maybe the city attorney would weigh in on this, but typically they're not retroactively applied to all businesses in the community. You can implement voluntary programs that those businesses take on as part of their work, and maybe someone else can speak to the specific reporting requirements of the city.
So, and I think what this policy is saying is exactly some of the things that you're bringing up, Vice Mayor, is to create that policy, create what it is, what's the size of right now we have a very outdated version of this that only applies to employers with 100 employees or greater. And it talks about the type of things, it's very outdated, that would be required. So that would be part of revising our TDM policy. What is it? What is the process? And what's that threshold we think is appropriate for Petaluma?
Good. So just it's implying that we're not going to go right out tomorrow and say, every business has to write a report and turn it into us every single year. That we're not doing that.
It would be developing.
That's what's being implied by.
Yeah, that we would revise our current outdated policy with a more effective current policy and decide what are those thresholds, what is the application submittal, what are those triggers.
And if I can just jump in really quick, the Cornerstone action itself says by 2026. So that does give us some time to have that outreach and make sure that we're not making completely unreasonable requests when we go implement that policy.
Good, thank you. Okay, the second question I have is on the quantity and the depth of what we're asking for in all these cornerstones. We've increased them. The policy is this is going to be the greenest document around in the whole North California, probably, or all of California, maybe even. But we're really reaching high. And so we have this, what I'm afraid of is an overwhelming with the quantity of actions and the cost and the priorities. And so in my mind, there's like three huge priorities that have to come: immediate, fast, and furious, and first. And that would be the cars, basically transportation, but mostly we got to get out of our cars. We've got to build housing for workforce so that they don't have to travel city to city, but they travel and work. They work and live here, and finding jobs for those who already live here so they don't go elsewhere. So getting that work-live situation here, and then also just changing our consumption habits, because that's a huge stress on the distribution, manufacturing, big trucks ruining our roads and everything. If we keep consuming, we're bringing in larger and larger trucks all the time, more and more goods all the time, transporting from China. And so just consumption. So those are the three areas that we need to focus on most, in my opinion. So is there a way we can actually zero in, even with all these actions and cornerstones? We're going to try and do it all, but can we really say, because if we don't do these three things, the rest of it's pretty much mute. Just not as well try. But we got to get these three done as the big things. Can we identify these things in the cornerstones and say, yeah, folks, this is where we need to spend most of our time and effort and get this done as soon as possible to make everything else work. And then we're going to do everything else also. Is there a way of doing that? Because right now, it's like I'm being a little overwhelmed by the blueprint. I'm sure a lot of folks might be.
Thoughts?
I think the 33 cornerstone actions are the place to start. There's literally hundreds of actions within the blueprint across everything from sequestration to land use to transportation and resource consumption. So it touches on all of those key priorities that you just mentioned specifically. And the cornerstone actions are the ones that really reflect, in particular, the focus on what the city does next to get moving to continue moving the ball down the field with respect to emissions reductions. With the priorities that you mentioned, those are good priorities. I would say the other one that you maybe didn't mention was the building-related emissions, which is a significant portion of the city's emissions profile. And so thinking about how decarbonization of both existing and future buildings play into that as a priority. But in general, I think the priorities you've mentioned have been reflected in those priority actions, with maybe the exception of that one.
And if I can jump in again, sorry, I'm behind you guys, so you don't see me leaning towards the mic. Starting on page 43 of the blueprint document itself, it lists the cornerstone actions kind of by date that they're to be implemented. And a lot of those things that you're talking about kind of coincide with that. We have food waste and special event permitting that happens early on, identifying barriers to renewable energy use, which kind of ties into what Eric was just talking about a second ago. Transportation demand management policy, active transportation and complete streets. That's all, and food recovery program, model disposable foodware ordinance. Those are all like 2026, next couple of year type of timeframes. So I think that does kind of align with what you're asking for right there, just in terms of how these have kind of been prioritized in terms of level of effort required to get those programs underway.
Agreed. A lot of the cornerstone actions touch on transit, and so obviously, and our active transportation. So obviously, as we do those and prioritizing those, it's going to encourage people to get out of their cars, for instance, because there's going to be free, convenient, pleasant transit buses to hop on, or better bike connectivity to utilize. So even though one of the cornerstone action doesn't necessarily say get people out of their cars, they're all building on that. Or our partnerships, the training of staff and the partnership with our community partners for climate awareness ties into changing consumption habits. So they tie into those priorities that you listed.
Thank you. I really support this program that you have developed. It's very comprehensive. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pozike.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a few questions. One, is a landscaped area identical to a landscaped space? Does anyone, in some of the edits, these words are used sort of interchangeably, and I don't find them in the glossary as well. So I'm wondering if we could just use one of those if they're equal.
It's a great question. That was brought up by the CAC members as well, and it's actually I think two of the recommendations are on language around open space and landscaped areas, and to use the language more consistently across the different actions within the sequestration section specifically, and to make sure that we are clear on what we mean by things like managed open space versus kind of landscape naturalized areas. So that was one of the strong comments and one of the recommendations that's in front of you this evening.
You're saying that they did choose one for all uses, or they're still using both? I'm not quite sure I understand.
They're using two terms. One is, I think, open spaces, and one is natural open spaces, excuse me, and then one is landscape spaces.
Okay, but if you look at edit 6, 7, 8, 9, to me, both those words are used, and it's not explained where, and it seemed to me we could choose one of them because it's not very natural once it's landscaped, right? Or is it?
Right, that's correct. And so that was the distinction they were making between changing open space in one of the strategies to natural open spaces, so those kind of naturalized open space areas, and then one of the urban forestry to change open space to landscape spaces, because those are kind of managed by us as an organization.
But wasn't there one of the changes to use the term landscaped areas as well? Or I don't have it in front of me.
That's correct. That's the third one.
Okay, and it was agreed upon by the Planning Commission and the Climate Action Commission to...
So what Councilmember Puseke is getting at is it's analogous to legal canons of construction, where if we want to have a different meaning, we should use different terms. If we want to have the same meaning, we should use the same terms. So, and that's nice because it gets you clarity. So,
So I think it's 7, 8, and 9, the recommendations are to go, instead of, we used open space in different ways, and there was one in OSM 4 specifically change open spaces to natural open spaces, but in all other areas to change open space to landscape spaces to differentiate that. I see where you're saying with landscape areas. I see what you're saying. 9 says landscape areas instead of landscape spaces. So we'll double check that is in fact, should it be landscape areas or landscape spaces? I see what you're saying with 9.
And if it's going to stay this way, I would say it needs to go in the glossary, or there needs to be some discussion of which is which. Great, thanks. And again, I really appreciate all the work that went into this as well. I don't have any complaint really bigger than that. I have another question, though, in terms of workforce housing, which would be edit number 14. I think that's very important, and I wonder if, in speaking with almost a handful, I think now, of affordable housing developers, no one gives me a reason why we can't give preference to people who already work in Petaluma in terms of deciding who gets accepted to affordable housing opportunities. And I wonder if you guys or perhaps the city attorney can say anything about that. Is there any issue with that, Eric? If we could, and since we contribute to most of these projects, I'm sure we're always asking for something in return for that and wondering if that something could be giving preference. It seems like this would massively reduce VMT if we could really, invoke that.
That'll be something, I don't think we specify that in the plan, right, team? So that's a more detailed implementation question, but an interesting one and a logical one. That's the kind of thing that we always sort of do a little 360 check, and as we're doing the drafting work, to make sure there's not some kind of disparate impact that we don't anticipate because of how the demographics are internally. Again, the greenhouse gas and the vehicle miles traveled and just the community sort of benefit and connection are pretty obvious. So we can certainly make a note of, looking at that and making sure, there aren't problems, aren't barriers, and if so, what the options are.
And I would just add that it would kind of depend on the funding source. Yeah. Sometimes it's federally funded, and that's what triggers that we have to broaden it outside of Petaluma. But our goal is always to do it within Petaluma.
Yeah. Okay, one last question, which has to do with the parking management strategy. And I thought I heard that these edits have already been made. Have they been made or not yet on the copy we have?
No, they have not been made.
Okay.
These were the recommendations from those two commissions. Once, if the council tonight is to adopt with those recommendations, then the final drafts will be updated.
Okay. Yeah, last thing I have to ask about the parking management strategy, it was advised that be softened. I've tried hard and many times and in many ways to soften that exact comment, which I will summarize for those who are here. To limit parking, create scarcity, add inconvenience, and disincentivize driving, thus causing folks to shift to other modes of transportation and reduce vehicle miles traveled. We all know that is the way it is. I think, but it's hard to talk about with folks, and we may need to have some kind of engaging contest or something, see if someone can do this, because every time I start to do this, okay, I feel like, and again, my brain translates stuff into my own language, I think, as it happens, but the way my brain always translates what someone is saying to me kind of boils down to shut up right now or I might have to tear your head off. That's all I got. Thanks. Councilmember Now.
Following that, I happened to sit in on a senior advisory committee meeting when they were going over this in, I think it was January. Anyway, and looking at it through a senior's eyes, they're a little bit more concerned about different things. For one thing, they can't give up their vehicles, and the public transportation might not be able to get them to all the places they need to go. And also, one of the things they pointed out is the seniors in the mobile home parks. And I know on page 14 it says sensitive populations should include, and it has an example of apartments, but should it also include seniors in mobile home parks for flood-proof residents? Because those residents in the mobile home parks, they can't really flood-proof their homes. And the example is low income in apartments. So listening to the seniors who were mainly residents of those mobile home parks. So, but thank you very much for all of the hard work that went into this. A lot of it is personal behavior, getting to that carbon neutral, and it might take more than 2026 to get there because you're changing the way people and generations have been doing things. So it might take at least a generation. We heard tonight that we're using less water, and I think that took about 10 years to stop thinking about, we need a different kind of landscaping in front of our homes, which included more water. So now we're using drought resistant. So I don't know if we can work that into how we do this, because the time limit of 2026, I don't know if it's realistic for everything that we want to do. I mean, it's a great plan, but it's not really realistic.
So 2026 is 1 year that certain things, we've got timelines on them. We're trying to pick timelines to keep us moving, right? To keep like, these are the things we want to do a little bit each year to keep moving in this direction. The council had put a goal of 2030 for carbon neutrality. This plan isn't going to get us there. But it is a really good start to get us there. So we recognize that even 2030, and even with this very aggressive blueprint, doesn't quite get us all the way we want to get to, but we're going to keep our eye on the prize and keep doing the best and the most we can do to keep moving towards that goal.
Okay. I just saw 2026 listed a lot in the generation I was talking to is like, they're very resistant to do too much change. On page 67, AT-4, it just has schools in the safe routes to schools, but there's many private schools now in Petaluma. St. Vincent's High School is a private school, and that should be a safe routes for schools. The other ones, like I think I mentioned earlier, there's some on South McDowell. There's some private schools over there. We have a lot of private preschools, and I know they are really important to think about. We have the UF-1, the Petaluma Urban Forestry Management Plan, which of course also has the date of 2026. Item I, establish and fund a citywide streets, tree maintenance and tree planting plan. We need to get that out to our residents. They're asking a lot of questions about who's to take care of these trees that have been planted, and so we need to educate the community on trees in that urban forest. So those were all my questions. But thank you for all your hard work.
Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. I just really had two areas of questions, and one's very general and broad, and the other one's more specific. But I'll start with the specific one because it's the same issue that Councilmember Posake finished with. And I was hoping you could give me a little bit more sense of where this parking pricing thing might be headed. Is it focused on business neighborhoods, residential neighborhoods, everything? What's the thinking there?
So the Cornerstone Action outlines a process to create a policy for the city to implement dynamic parking pricing. Dynamic pricing is part of a broader transportation demand management strategy to reduce single occupancy vehicle use and get people to swap to different modes, to shift modes to different modes.
No, I get that. The question was, is it going to be focused on commercial areas, office areas,
Correct.
Residential areas, or everything?
Well, I'm just framing it up a little bit for folks who might not know. The policy itself would be developed, and you would go through a process to define the specific geographies it would apply to, how the policy would be implemented, when it would be implemented, how it would be enforced. So you'd need to do a whole process to actually define the very specific components of that policy.
So what he's saying is that this plan doesn't have the specific details, Councilmember Healy, that we would have to bring that back to council.
Yeah, when I was a kid, there used to be a game show on television, and you could choose between door number 1, door number 2, and door number 3, and this kind of sounds like that a little bit. I don't know. But the fact that it would have to come back to council before anything got adopted, I think, is kind of the safety valve here. The other question, and something I read and reread several times, is the short paragraph on page 10 of the staff report, financial impacts, that talks about how requiring allocation of financial resources with each annual budget and prioritizing on an ongoing basis, which leads me to think that what's being proposed here is, even though we have 33 cornerstone actions and hundreds of sub-actions underneath them, those may not all get done in the time frames indicated, and probably won't. But the question to you is, if we were to do all of those actions in the time frames indicated, what would the annual cost to the city be? And how many full-time equivalent employees would we need to add?
We do not have that.
How can you ask us to make an informed decision without that kind of information?
Well, there's a lot of options within this in terms of what exactly is developed, what the policy is. So this does not go into that fine granular detail of the FTE equivalents or the annual costs.
But I think if the council adopts this thing, the community is going to be led to believe that all these things are going to happen in the time frames indicated. Do you think that's realistic?
I think, as indicated in the staff report, that it is going to take prioritization and budget allocation and staff resources in order to do these things. There is not that is not part of the doesn't go into that granular detail.
Because this kind of gets back to my comments on the previous agenda item, where we have city streets and we want to be able to put more resources into it, but there are other things that are competing with them, and we never really balance these things side by side and say, well, we'll take 3 of these and 2 of that. We just want everything.
Well, I think so there is a measure MR2, cost, benefit, and funding sources. Post-adoption, estimate the order of magnitude cost of blueprint implementation, establish the protocol, determine the cost benefit estimation process for blueprint implementation, identify gaps in funding. So this is kind of exactly what you're talking about too, looking at what are the 5 things we want to do this year, and what are the costs and what are the needed resources in order to do that, and doing that as part of.
So does that, okay, no, I appreciate that. Does that imply that you'll rank the different actions by cost effectiveness and ask us to take the top 5 or the top 6 or something like that?
Well, I think there's a lot of flexibility there. It could be that. It could be that in conjunction with urgency in terms of impact and what.
Or opportunity. I would just say that we do this with the housing element, we do this with the general plan, and we do this with the council goals and priorities. And none of those have costs associated with them. And what we do is, as staff, when we come to budget and when we come to goals and priorities, we list those out what we think can be achieved and what the associated resources would be needed.
Okay. Are we still on questions or just comment, or do you want comments now?
Well, I'd love it to be on questions.
Okay, then we'll stop.
Thanks. Councilmember Barnacle?
Yeah, I just have one question. Page 59 talks about increasing housing in high-resource neighborhoods, but it doesn't have like a map showing where the high-resource neighborhoods are. And I'm wondering if, and the glossary doesn't have it either. I'm just wondering if, is there have we defined high-resource neighborhoods?
The State of California's Tax Credit Allocation Committee, in conjunction with the State Department of Housing and Community Development, so HCD, who you're all familiar with through Housing Element Implementation, each year update what they call their TCAC Opportunity Areas Map. It's based on a series of factors, including environmental burden, educational outcomes, economic opportunities within neighborhoods. Each neighborhood in the state is ranked and prioritized. It's done sub-regionally too, so it reflects local conditions or regional conditions as well. So that would be the opportunity map that that particular paragraph is related to, and it's also nest within your housing element as well, because that's a big part of your affirmatively furthering fair housing analysis that you did.
So it's the sort of the opposite of a disadvantaged community as a high resource neighborhood. When I think of a disadvantaged community, I think of pollution burden and economic injustices and access to, things. And when I think of high resource, I think of like transit rich, walkable, safe, all of those, like the opportunities, right? And when it says put housing in high resource neighborhoods, I'm thinking like, what are those neighborhoods within Petaluma where they're, they have a lot of resources and therefore where we want to be putting housing?
In general, yes, without having the two maps to compare. I can't say for certain, but in general, yes, that's correct. They would be not the inverse of one another, but they would be kind of dissimilar from each other.
Thank you.
Can I ask planning if that's easily referenced for our later perusal in any of the general plan maps?
I know that we're doing, the disadvantaged communities are in our environmental justice element that we're working on for the general plan, and I believe they were identified in the existing conditions reports that we did for the general plan.
Do you think both are, can we check if both are there in the existing condition reports?
Yeah, I can follow up on that.
That would be great. Thank you. And I'm going to ask for more communication and takeaway support as we go on into the comments later. But maybe in a nutshell, could we talk about what actions are actionable now from the framework and from the 33 versus which one of them require more policy work to get through? Are there, when we walk away from this meeting, what are we going to communicate to people that we've committed to tonight that's not going to require more policy evaluation?
So there are a number of things that are in the Cornerstone actions that we have already started to do or done. I believe Fare Free is in here as a Cornerstone action. We are working on, I believe, our electric vehicle charging infrastructure is the ATP. There's Fare Free. A lot of the outreach that we do with our partnerships, some of the things that under municipal operations, such as climate team, blueprint coordinators, education and training are things that we would get started on right away. I believe we've begun electrification of the transit fleet. So that is also underway.
Yeah, I think I love a ton of things in this, and one is the actions that are ongoing. List is, I mean, and maybe we could slice and dice the report so we're advertising in one place one thing. I know the organization of the report is to get things in one kind of columns and boxes. And in the report, there's actually a second way of looking at it too. The tables get sliced once. But it wouldn't be too much difficulty to put out messaging from this that showed today's effort in short, yeah. And since so many things are policy reserved for the future discussion, I think that's when my questions will come up. So thanks. And now I'd like to ask the clerk if we have any comments for tonight's topic.
Yes, we have received several cards. We didn't receive any ahead of time, though.
Okay, thank you. Then will you read the messaging for open period?
Yes. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation.
Tonight we have 7 speakers, so that'll be 3 minutes per speaker if needed to make your point. Our first speaker would be Andy Schrader, to be followed by Dave Gardy.
You surprised me. I was not here first. Good evening, Mayor and council members and excellent city staff. Thank you for bringing this forward tonight. To Councilmember Healy's comment, I think we should also be informed of the cost of not taking these steps, the increased cost of fire insurance and homeowners insurance, the increasing cost of fossil fuels on our entire economy. One of my best and most climate-aware friends moved his entire family to Asheville several years ago because he really believed, as did a number of scientists, that Asheville was an actual climate haven. And I think we all know what happened last month. My friends had to flee their homes as a climate-exacerbated hurricane nearly destroyed Asheville, which echoes the folks who, right here, not that many years ago, had to flee their homes from the climate-exacerbated Tubbs fire. It's getting worse. The costs are getting worse to society, to all of us, and we need to take these steps. Petaluma's climate blueprint needs to be a living document. We'll continue to advocate for improvements and to adopt innovations that come along. For tonight, I urge you to move it forward. Petaluma is, in many ways, one of the climate leaders in the state. Multinational corporations are using us as a petri dish to pilot their zero waste efforts. Whether you like the plastic or not, it's still a big deal. And purple cups likely will not be the last. Meanwhile, all the way across the country, PepsiCo just won a dismissal of New York State's lawsuit accusing them of polluting the environment with their single-use plastic packaging. So the courts aren't going to help us. They're not going to help us fight climate change. They're not going to help us fight plastic pollution. There's not going to be an effective international agreement. It's not coming. God knows Congress is not going to do anything. The only path forward is for a tiny but mighty city in the North Bay with a neighbor-by-neighbor approach to climate change and climate emissions reductions, a city with brave leaders and smart city staff who are willing to take the necessary and important steps forward. Tonight before you is one of those steps, and I urge you to take it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Gardy, to be followed by Ann Edminster.
Good evening, council members, mayor. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I know that you all receive a lot of negative comments and questions about your leadership, but I just wanted to come here as a commissioner on the Climate Action Commission and say thank you for all of your hard work. And thank you for the city staff and Ramey & Associates for all their hard work on getting this document together. There's truly a wealth of leadership in the city on this topic, and I'm really proud of our city for taking this really incredibly hard challenge on. I wanted to thank Commissioner Edminster and the other commissioners that have poured so much time and effort into putting this together. Even if we don't achieve everything in this document, it's worth trying, and to keep pushing, find ways to make it practically possible. You're already doing a great job of finding funding outside of the city. We know that we're not going to do this on our own. We're going to need help wherever we can get it, and the city's done an incredible job. I think that when I talk to people, they don't really know all the amazing things that the city's doing, including finding funding that isn't the city. It's like we're not even spending our money. We're getting it from somewhere else and making great things happen. So I really encourage you to help get that word out so that people know how great that we're doing, especially for a city of our size, knowing our limited resources. So anyways, thank you so much, and looking forward to continuing my service on the commission and helping you implement this great vision. Thank you.
Thank you. And administered to be followed by Pete Gang.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for doing what you're doing, and happy to be here. I have teeny tiny notes and need my glasses. While this doesn't fully meet the city's 2030 commitment, as you all know, I appreciate the fact that the blueprint is intended to be a living document. I think it's a really important commitment on the part of the city for that. So I'm very eager to see us adopt it so that staff and the community can get moving into implementation. I think that's tremendously important. I want to add a few other specifics. It's ambitious. It's probably not ambitious enough. And yet I think we have to overreach, because goals that are backed off in the interest of being realistic seldom achieve anything great. So I think we have to really stretch and stretch beyond what we think we can stretch, because it's absolutely necessary. And the emergencies that Andy referred to are going to continue to accelerate. I also want to speak a little bit, I hope you won't take me out of turn, to address the pavement issues, because I want to comment that I don't see the paving plan as competing with the climate plan. I see them as complementary, and I think they need to be treated as complementary. I think we can reduce the amount of pavement, increase permeability, increase landscape space, and do it at lesser cost than rehabilitating a very debilitated system of roads. So we have to look at these as integrated goals, not as, oh, we can do A or B, but not both. We need to do both. I also want to comment in regard to reflective pavement that, in fact, there has been a really terrific pilot in LA using reflective pavement. The organization behind that is Smart Surfaces Coalition. The founder of that is a colleague of mine, and I would love to bring that program to Petaluma. I participated in a webinar with them a couple of years ago, and I think have already dispersed some of that information to some of you at that time. Also, another opportunity, I'm glad that Councilmember Brian Barnacle mentioned the necessity of coordinating with PG&E. Something that happened in the fairly recent past is the passage of SB 1221, which enables PG&E to collaborate with cities where there's it is timely to replace gas lines, and coordinate that with city work on streets. So anyway, there's a huge amount of opportunity. We just need to get going. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Pete Gang, to be followed by Hal Boner.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and excellent city staff. First, I just wanted to start out saying that I am wholeheartedly in favor of the blueprint. As dense, meaty, complex as it is sorely needed. I don't remember who said this recently, but somebody said addressing the climate crisis is not rocket science. It's way more complicated than that. And that's what we're up against. Unfortunately, there's this unavoidable tension between the pace at which we seem comfortable addressing things and the demands of the Earth's climate system. So we are facing a climate crisis that the parameters of which are non-negotiable. They're set by the laws of physics and chemistry. And our challenge is to ramp up our efforts and address the climate crisis in a timely way. Granted, Petaluma is just one small speck within the larger the global climate system. It can be argued that what we do here has no measurable effect, but still we need to do everything that we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Al Boner, to be followed by Nicole Warwick.
Good evening, council members, staff. Excuse me. I urge you to please adopt this blueprint. I think it's good. I think the whole plan of Petaluma to be climate neutral by 2030 is excellent. I think this is one small step in that direction, and there are a lot more steps that need to be taken. I'm reading from the draft of the blueprint. Petaluma's target to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030 requires monumental shifts in all aspects of urban systems and people's lifestyles on an extremely accelerated timeline. I've seen this same language in a number of other staff reports. I find the language, I don't know quite what to make of it. Is staff or is this report saying that it's too much to be done? Is staff saying this is a big burden and the public needs to be informed about what the consequences are, which is what Andy Schrader was saying? Anyway, I'm puzzled by the language, but I think, I guess, as Andy said, maybe the public needs to be reminded of the consequences of not taking care of this problem. I mean, some of us read the papers and see the terrible things that are happening throughout the world because of climate change already, and it's just going to get worse. But some people maybe not, okay? So if we're going to put in this report the cost of these things and this extreme language about how things are going to be very difficult, this is going to be very difficult to implement this, then maybe we should put in the same report the cost of not taking care of the problem. Anyway, thank you folks very much for taking the problem on and for having the goal of 2030. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Warwick, to be followed by Natasha Giuliani.
Good evening, everyone. Please bear with me while I'm recovering from laryngitis, so I'll make it very brief. I wanted to just, first of all, acknowledge all the effort and work that has gone into developing this plan. I want to speak to this from sort of dual roles. One, as the executive director of the Blue Zones Project, to say that we completely endorse and support the Climate Action Plan as written, knowing it's a working document, knowing that we still need to refine some of those goals and strategies and the budgets that come along with them. After having done the similar process for our own blueprint, I can tell you there's strong alignment in the work here. And so again, I want to reiterate, instead of thinking about these projects in terms of silos, we're building this and then we're building this and then we're building this and we have Blue Zones and we have these other great community initiatives. We're all together in this work. There's synergy here, and many of these initiatives dovetail. And so I can just lift up of some of those cornerstones, those transportation and land use cornerstone initiatives, the resource consumptions, the things that are drawing down to our food systems, that are drawing down within our built environment. These are real actionable strategies that we know will see the positive outcomes that we're hoping for. So I commend you all for the work that you've done in putting this into play. Furthermore, I commend you in the way in which that you have conducted this process. You have conducted this process in a way that has engaged the community. You have yielded space to be able to receive feedback, critical feedback. And it's not easy to receive critical feedback, especially around something that you devote your whole professional life towards. So I want to just recognize and thank you for the effort that you put into that. And then I want to speak to you just as a community member. I'm a climate refugee. I had to evacuate my home from West County twice because of fires. And both times I was received by the Petaluma community, which is why it was a no-brainer to relocate to Petaluma. I still wore my Sonoma Strong t-shirt today because I was feeling strength comes on the back end. I think what we feel most is urgency and vulnerability in these moments. But I want to reflect back that this community strategized and received thousands of community members from around the county. You housed us, you fed us, you made us feel love and a sense of belonging when our very homes and lives were at risk. And now I'm watching and witnessing the way that you're strategizing and mobilizing this initiative to get ahead of that so that we can do more upstream investment to prevent those long-term impacts that we're all living in right now. So from my professional capacity, from my personal capacity, I thank you all of you very much for the work that you've done. Support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha Juliana and Wayne Eggstrom.
Thank you very much. I just want to reiterate everything that people have said before. It is such an exciting moment to be here because I know this has been years in the making, and so really happy to be here tonight with all of you looking up at the dais and knowing that we've had such strong support for our Cool Petaluma community-led climate action from all of you. I've seen you all participating in this community in various ways, and just so proud of this community. And I know that we're working hard. I know this is an ambitious goal, but it's so well worth it. Earlier this evening, somebody asked me why I come to these meetings and why I devote so much time to this. And I said at the heart of it, it's really so that I can look my daughter in the eye and all young people in the eye and tell them I did everything I could possibly do to secure their future. And after tonight, when we pass this resolution and adopt this new climate action blueprint, we can say that our city is doing everything it can to protect the future of our young people in this town as well. So the next time you pass a young child on the street, we can be proud that we are working hard to protect their future. And so I just want to say thank you again and really appreciate all the hard work that's gone in over the last several years for this. So thank you.
Thank you. Wayne Eggstrom.
Good afternoon, or good evening, Council. Thank you for hearing me this evening. I heard a lot about, people wanting to change the modes of transportation to change the environment. I have a little bit of the reading that I want you to hear. It's quite interesting. It says the California Energy Commission approved a $4.3 million grant this month in the project to increase the efficiency of natural gas technology used in industrial, agricultural, and water processes. Among the projects received the grant of an anaerobic digester, AD, project in the city of Petaluma. It says the $3 million grant is for a design, construction, and operation of an AD system at Ellis Water Recycling Facility to produce 150,000 gallon equivalent of renewable gas, RNG, made from food, beverage waste. RNG will be used as a fuel replacement in up to 19 waste hauling trucks, displacing the consumption of 21,200 gallons of diesel approximately every year. My concern is have we tried all the alternatives? You talk about transportation on our roads, and a lot of these battery-operated vehicles are more heavier than the current ones. So I'm concerned with all the garbage trucks that we're now using are still running on diesel. And I believe that project was completed 2019. So it's been 5 years. So it seems like a wasted opportunity that hasn't been actually utilized. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That's our last speaker. That closes public comment. Brings it back up to the council for comments. Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you to staff for the blueprint, and thank you for all of our public commenters for coming out tonight. I'm definitely in support of moving the blueprint forward. It's a living document. We're gonna make modifications, but we got to move forward. I think when I look at this, some of the biggest, like the showdowns for our community and for every suburban community are going to be zoning our city for high quality public transit and for our workforce to actually be able to live here, because the implications of what that means for the average Petalumen are they can't connect the two. If you ask people, do I want my teachers to be able to live here? They say absolutely. And then if you ask them, do you want the low density, the medium density, or the high density one here? They say the low density overwhelmingly. And it's really depressing to go to the land use workshops and see the complete lack of connection that people have from what they say their values are to how that shows up from a policy perspective. And so for the folks who are here, my request to you is to continue to show up in those spaces and get people to understand the connection between land use and our values. The second big showdown is going to be around subsidies for cars. Councilmember Healy brought up subsidized parking. We can call it that. The alternative to subsidized parking is paid parking. Right now, we've subsidized it forever, and we have some of the worst roads in the Bay Area, and people want us to fix our roads. So the alternative to that could be requiring paid parking. Appreciate the comment about reducing the amount of road space. I've gotten some flack for that, but I do think that there is some merit to that, despite what some think. I appreciate bringing up SB 1221 that just passed. I think that's something we need to seriously look at over the next couple of years. It gives us an opportunity to actually work with PG&E to decommission the gas system. It's really the only way that we can do building decarbonization at scale in an equitable way that manages costs through the transition. It's going to be a challenging transition, and I think we're doing a lot of the right things, making public transit free. I really appreciated Nicola's comments earlier, adding microtransit for those seniors who can't get downtown, and they need those, adding ADA parking spaces, things like that. We're gonna have to make this transition as smooth as possible, but it's not going to be smooth. The future's not going to be smooth. Natasha once said to me, enjoy today because it's probably the best it's going to be if all the scientific models show what it is. And I try and do everything I can for climate because, for future generations. And that sometimes it means taking a tough vote with a bunch of people who don't want to lose parking for bike lanes, but we do it for that reason. And that's why I'm up here. That's why I volunteer my time on the city council, because it's about the future of Petaluma. It's about the future of our planet and trying to do what's right. So I'm happy to move this forward as is, with the forewarning that, the showdown's going to come in the land use element of the general plan. And if we're not there, talking about, it's frustrating to me that I still don't know, like, what is zoning our city for 15-minute, headways on our bus system? It needs to be in here because this is the document we're going to lean back on when we have to make a tough vote about density. Because everybody supports adopting this. Not everybody's going to support actually what it means to zone our city for high quality public transit. And this is the document we need to lean back on, and we can't do that right now because we don't have some really good targets and metrics for that. I think that's a big missed opportunity, but I'm not going to hold up my vote because of it. So with that, I'll move it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Cater Thompson.
I agree with
and I think I'm just going to let it flow across the dais for comments.
I agree with Councilmember Barnacle's comments. And, you know, this is a living document, and if we don't move forward, we're just going to go backwards. And, you know, it's really about the future. It's not about me. I'm older. I'm not going to be here forever, but my grandkids are going to be here forever, and my kids are going to be here for a long time. And I do want to point out, Pete Gang, you have been on this for a long time. And I've been following you for probably 20 years on this, and you were so far ahead of the curve at that time. And I just really appreciate everything that you do and all the speakers, what they said, and the staff for the quality of this document. And I think we should just move it forward, and we're going to have to work with it and figure out how we're going to implement it. And we can do that. But if we don't move forward, then we're just going backwards. And, you know, the whole thing is really about the future. It's really not about us. It's really about the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Schrips.
Okay, thank you. I think we were all pretty much in agreement what direction we need to go in. A couple of comments about adding the costs of non-action. We could do a half page, just a quick summary of, that would really explain why we need to pay the money now rather than later. There's been several comments I've seen, pay now or pay later. Paying later is a lot more expensive than paying now. So that needs to be expressed in a single little section along with the either right after the executive summary or right in with the general vision that we're looking for, a little storytelling. That's part of that little story. Then one of the reasons I picked up and talked about the tipping points, because the couple studies, reason one said we're already there. It's not 10 or 20 or 100 years. It's already happening now. They've actually seen that the oceans are shifting in the way that the ocean actually moves, which will change everybody's climate and weather entirely over the whole globe. And that's going to be happening sooner than later. And it's happening much faster than they were predicting. So that's what's being stated now by a couple scientists, trying to ring some bells. So yeah, we need to take action. We need to take action immediately for these reasons. So with that, we really need a real transformation rather than business as usual, let's do a little shifts. We need a full that's what this blueprint is about, transformation. We need to change the way we think, the way we act, the way we actually do business on a daily basis. We need to make these changes. And that's what this blueprint is basically, is a message out for that. We really need to do that. And we need to do it in every little simple way. It's going to take 1,000 little ways, which will all add up. It may not be one way will not do it, but 1,000 little ways will. But at the same time, the messaging on this, we need to keep it simple. And the KISS approach, keep it simple and short. So so up front, the executive summary kind of lay out this vision that we have, the transformation that we need to do. And these are the basic things approach. So like the 4 things that were mentioned, the transportation, buildings, both for housing for folks and also the energy of buildings, and then consumption. If we get those 4 things and say, hey, this is the real goal that we're after. So keeping that simple and short within the executive summary, explaining this is our messaging. So getting that messaging right so it doesn't get lost in all the verbiage of a larger document. So keep that going. So those are my recommendations at this time. Thank you.
If I could, for clarity on that, that's not a suggestion for editing. We're headed towards a resolution tonight. Maybe a cover or some comms or something that comes out in, right? No, it's not. We're not asking to edit today's action. Okay, good. Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. I will support the item tonight. I want to acknowledge huge amount of work that's gone into this, an incredible amount of detail. I do share some concerns that were expressed by other council members about paid parking. I think I don't know if I was the only council member on here when we tried to implement paid parking for the Keller Street garage, and it was it was not well received in the community and did not last very long. Let's just put it that way. So I think there's going to be a lot of public education around those kinds of issues. But I'm glad to hear that those kinds of parking management things will have to come back to council before they get implemented. So that's good. And then I would also say, as I've alluded to a couple of times tonight, I think the real crunch is going to be when we're at budget time and the council has to look at funding these programs and at what level versus funding other programs that the community also wants and at what levels. So that's going to be a real challenge for us, but I will support it and I'll provide a second at this time.
Duly noted for a second. Councilmember Now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I again want to thank everybody who spoke tonight and put a lot of work into this document. I have to remind us to think of incentives for the community to make these changes that we want to implement, because they are, so busy in their lives that they're not thinking ahead to what happens if I buy, certain things, or if I drive 2 or 3 times across town. They're just thinking about their own life. So we have to give them incentives, just like we did for their water reduction. When the freeway came in 1950s, we made a lot of modern changes in our community. And now we're kind of going backwards and saying, we're going to reduce our time in cars. We're going to reduce our time, polluting the world. When I was a 4-H'er, it was give a hoot, don't pollute. And these modern conveniences have brought these problems to our earth and our climate. And now we need to have this blueprint to say, whoa, slow down. Let's think about what they were doing, 80 years ago. The farmers were reducing, reusing, or doing without. They were growing their own vegetables. They were drying their laundry on the clotheslines. And that was just their lifestyle. So we need to go back to those old-fashioned methods and thinking about how we're going to educate and explain this to the community, just like we did with the Measure J, and explaining to people where our local food comes from. We had to explain all the people connected to that food source, not just the farmers. So we have to do a lot of educating, and I will totally be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Posick.
Excuse me. Yeah, I'm totally on board with this. In follow-up maybe to what I said the last time I had a chance, I guess I should add that I'm going to be out there with you guys in 2 months, and we got to show up for stuff like when the parking comes up here to allow whoever's up here to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. You will be missed. So I do want to express appreciation for all the folks who've worked on this from before it was a commission. It was somebody's kitchen and somebody's office when you're meeting, and also in the report, I appreciate there's table headers where it says the impact, the cost, and then the class below that. I mean, those are great steps towards communicating with people. People like graphics. The text on this is huge. But I did want to note a couple things. One, development is not the crux of this. It's important to address development properly, but it's us who are already here, us who are already burning gas and driving distance and those things. So, I mean, we really have to connect with the people who live here now. And, when the statistics in there are 4% evergreen adoption, I mean, that's really horrible, really. I mean, we should be at a much higher level. Why aren't we connecting with people that's a higher level? When the solar rate of solar roofs in residential is at 8%, I mean, it just doesn't seem right, given his incentives and everything else that's going on in that arena. I do feel good about the EV adoption. EV sales in Sonoma County and California are 25% of all car sales. Maybe that's not high enough, but in a couple of years, we'll hit the 25% that's looked for in the blueprint with that kind of market. We have to keep going. Well, where's the disconnect? Why isn't this a priority? Why is there no plastic bottle ban? I mean, when you watch cases of bottled water coming out of shopping centers, it's like, what is all the rest of the worth if we can't even convince not to buy in pallets of bottled water? And I think it really comes down to the fact that, like George Beeler said at the first climate commissioner interviews, it's our privilege, our comfort that'll prevent us from succeeding. We have to get over how much privilege we have and realize that there's a crisis. When do those two curves cross? Budget is going to be huge. I worry for our ability to find funding to do the right thing. I think that will be very challenging when that comes up. But as always, I'm going to lean on staff that their comms work will help set this up, that we will find a way to connect with the public more. I'm hoping there's a cover note to this adoption of Blueprint so that the message of this, rather than the thickness of this, but the message of this hits the street, and it has basically a call to action. The fact that we're making a statement here. This is a time to be brave, and so I very much appreciate this report. Obviously, supporting it, but I really look forward to the next steps. It's the next steps that are so important. So with that, we have a motion. We have a second. I'd like to ask the clerk for a roll call vote.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
Healy?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Posake?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone who was. Thank you very much. And we are closing the meeting tonight in honor of Patricia Johansson, who helped us so much with Elvis Creek. Thank you and good night. This meeting is adjourned.
I'm